I call to order tonight's regular meeting of the city council and closed session. And I'd like to call, I'd like to ask Madam Clerk to conduct roll call.
Councilmember Perkins,
Here.
Councilmember Rubio, here. Councilmember Veros,
Here.
Vice Mayor Armstrong,
Here.
and Mayor Hudson is not with us this evening.
Madam Clerk, if there are no objections from council, please mark the mayor's absence as excused due to his medical condition. If you'd all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay. Announcements. Are there any changes to the agenda this evening?
There are no changes.
Okay. Then we will move on to item 3.2 and 3.3. If you wish to speak under public comment or regarding an agenda item, please fill out a speaker card located in the back of the room and submit it to the city clerk. If you're participating remotely, please click the raise your hand button on your computer or *9 on your telephone to request to speak when public comment is being taken on an agenda item. Item 3.3, board, committee, and commission meetings. A complete list of upcoming meetings may be found on the city's website at www.sanramon.ca.gov. Subscription service is available at the link for automatic meeting notification. Contact the city clerk with questions at 925-973-2539. At this time, I'm going to open public comment. Public is permitted to address the city council on items that are on the consent calendar, including requests to pull an item from the consent calendar and the reason why you wish to pull the item or the items. And please note that the decision to remove an item from the consent calendar is strictly at the discretion of the city council. You may also speak on requests for future agenda items. Also on any special presentation items under section 6 of tonight's agenda, which there are none, and items that are not on the agenda, but are within the city council's jurisdiction. So at this time, I'd like to open it up again for public comment. If you wish to speak under public comment or regarding an item on the agenda, please fill out the speaker card in the back of the room, submit it to the city clerk. If you're participating remotely, click the raise your hand button on your computer or *9 on your telephone to request to speak when public comment is being taken on the agenda item. Do we have any written comments?
We do. So written public comment was received from Susie Ferris Indercom and also Robert Klinger. It is before you and also in the red binder in the back of the room.
Okay, thank you. All right, do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, the first speaker is Ashta Agarwal.
Okay, please come forward and we give you 3 minutes to say what you want to say.
Respected Vice Mayor, Mr. Armstrong, and City Council members, good evening and namaste. My name is Asta Agarwal, and I'm a sophomore at California High School. Today, I want to briefly share the recently concluded 16th Annual Health for Humanity Yogathon, a nationwide event organized by Hindu Swayam Sevak Sangh, also known as HSS. A nationwide event, nonprofit Hindu organization with over 235 branches in 164 cities and 34 states. HSS conducts various community service activities based on Hindu values such as food drives, providing meals to shelters, backpack drives, distribution of COVID kits, etc. The Health for Humanity Yogathon event began on January 14th, concluded on January 29th. Sun salutation is a traditional yogic practice that involves moving through a series of poses. Since its inception in 2007, participants from 43 different states have actively participated, irrespective of their gender, race, ethnicity, nationality, or faith. These participants strived in achieving a spiritual, mental, and physical well-being, making it a truly diverse, equal, and inclusive event. This year, 2,100 participants, including HSS members, yoga studios, local schools, and other community organizations, participated in the Health for Humanity Yogathon from the Tri-Valley area and performed a total of 71,551 sun salutations. Students from 9 schools across Tri-Valley performed more than 25,000 sun salutations. 6 other local organizations joined the Health for Humanity Yogathon and completed a total of 5,776 sun salutations. It was a memorable experience to have sun salutation sessions in Montevideo Elementary School, where 110 kids performed 1,240 sun salutations, with 5 sessions conducted by a few HSS volunteers. The level of energy and enthusiasm from first and second graders during the sessions was mesmerizing, and the teachers were very supportive throughout the sessions as well. We have also conducted several train the trainer sessions for PE teachers and school district staff members, so they can conduct sun salutation sessions throughout the year for their students. Community leaders and many elected officials across the nation have appreciated this initiative and encouraged their residents to participate and gain the benefits of an overall healthy lifestyle. Health for Humanity Yogathon has received numerous proclamations from American mayors, governments, U.S. senators, and U.S. congressmen. On behalf of Hindu Swayam Sevak Sangh, we would like to thank you for your support and recognition of the 16th annual Health for Humanity Yogathon event. Dhanyavad and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, do we have any other speakers?
Next speaker is Marty Sutton.
Hi.
Hi.
Good evening. My name is Marty Sutton, and I'm the board chair for the Tri-Valley Nonprofit Alliance. TVNPA is a 501c3 organization that was founded in 2014. Our mission is to provide advocacy, collaboration, and education to strengthen nonprofit organizations enriching our communities. TVNPA has a very busy March, and I'm here tonight to invite all of you, city staff, and our residents to our events this coming March. Our first event is our mayor's panel on Thursday, March 9th at 10:30 at the Bankhead Theater. Vice Mayor Armstrong has graciously agreed to participate in this event. We will also have the mayors from Livermore, Dublin, Danville, and Pleasanton for a conversation about nonprofits and their importance in our community. On March 16th, we are excited to celebrate the 1-year anniversary of Common Point. Common Point is our community's nonprofit center in Livermore at 164 North L Street. We will have an open house and celebrate our tenants and the success of the new nonprofit center. The celebration will take place on March 16th at Common Point in Livermore from 5 to 7 p.m. And finally, on March 23rd, the Anti-Poverty Collaborative, which is now a part of TVNPA, will host a discussion on race, power, and poverty with Sheila Burks. Sheila is from the Alameda County Food Bank. I am also a member of the Human Services Commission for the City of Livermore, and Sheila Burks came and spoke to our commission a few years ago. Her presentation on poverty has stayed with me for years, and I'm excited to invite her to come to the Tri-Valley and talk about poverty in the Tri-Valley. We are also inviting service providers to table in the lobby that day. This important event on poverty will take place on March 23rd from 8:30 to 10:30 at Rosewood Commons in Pleasanton. We hope that you can join us for all of these events in March, and we ask, because we are a nonprofit, that you please register so that we can plan ahead. Thank you very much for all your support.
Thank you, Marty. Other speakers?
We have hands raised. So we have Susan Ferris Indercom.
Okay, go ahead, Susan.
Thank you, Vice Armstrong. My name is Susie Ferris Indercom. I'm a founding member of Responsible Growth San Ramon and a core group member of Citizens Against the Marketplace Apartment Condo Development, CAMPAD. I also serve on the Housing Advisory Committee. I'm reaching out today to request that the city of San Ramon, via this council, consider taking a stronger and proactive approach to combat the effects of state mandated housing laws such as SB 330 and the Housing Affordability Act. The perceived pressure of the RHNA numbers have placed on our city planning staff is leading this city into establishing some potentially dangerous precedents when it comes to approving non-compliant and poorly designed housing projects. I'm asking that the following two initiatives be placed on a future agenda. The first one is Our Neighborhood Voices. Camp Ad is supporting this growing coalition of community leaders, local elected officials, and residents from all walks of life who have joined forces to fight back against the myriad of bad California housing laws. Camp Ad will be working to help qualify a statewide constitutional initiative to restore your local voice in community planning and zoning by collecting petition signatures and educating our members and local community to the need for this legislation. What can the city do? The city can pass a resolution supporting the Our Neighborhood Voices effort. I have attached in the written documentation that I sent, there are attachments that I can't do over the Zoom, but there's an attached one-page flyer that tells you more about Our Neighborhood Voices and gives you the links to their website, plus a sample resolution that's been used by other cities. The second is the RHNA state audit and HCD lawsuit. In late 2021, our state senator, Stephen M. Glasser, sent a letter, which is attached to the documentation I sent in, requesting the Joint Legislative Audit Committee to approve an emergency audit to examine the Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD's, Regional Housing Needs Determination process. The auditor exposed that the RHNA methodology is seriously flawed and the housing quotas unreliable. During the fifth cycle, San Ramon was given a RHNA allocation of 1,417. In the sixth cycle, that number increased by 3,694 to a total of 5,111, or a whopping 260% increase. That in a city with virtually no open, buildable land, forcing the vast majority of housing projects into infill efforts that are drastically reducing the commercial, retail, and office space in this city. What can the city do? They can consider partnering with other Tri-Valley cities. I've been in communication with a group in Pleasanton.
Susie?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Vice Mayor Armstrong. We have your letter and we've got that word for word. Just want to let you know that. And we have the attachments as well. And we want to thank you for your public comment this evening.
Great, thank you.
Call in user 2.
Okay, call in user 2, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I wish to pull consent agenda 5.4. It involves a division of the residents for landscaping services into Gill Ranch and Windermere, and it deserves to be discussed so the residents understand what is the boundary, and also the requesting amount by the Public Works is way too exuberant, judging from the monetary amount at this time. We don't know if that encompasses the next contract period, or is that like an annual cost? It's in the amount of millions of dollars. We simply do not have that kind of money. We wish to have that pulled and discussed for the taxpayers and homeowners in that area so we can understand. We hope that the council members will approve. Furthermore, we have not had any update and report from Mr. Robin Bartlett, which Taiwan's a country had repeatedly requested to have DD-GAD meetings because the council members are also the board members of DD-GAD. And we feel that you have been failing your fiduciary duty to look out for the interest and the reserve for these homeowners who pay taxes, special taxes that only we pay in the DV area, but not the rest of the San Ramon residents. So we are demanding now that you have a meeting ASAP, so we understand how much money we still have in the reserve, as well as what is the maintenance state of our open space in the DV-GAD area. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers? Okay, no more public comments. While we encourage your comments, unfortunately, state law prevents the city council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda. We do take them very seriously, however, and if appropriate, staff will follow up on them. So public comment is closed. We are moving to item 5, the consent calendar. We heard one request to pull item 5.4. Any movement from the discussion from the council?
No, it's just an annual renewal of an existing contract for landscape services. It's the same company for the last 5 years.
And this is not related to the GAD, right? So this is a
No.
CSA service. So
Yeah.
it looks like there's a confusion.
Okay,
Great.
do we have a motion then for the consent calendar?
I'll move the consent calendar.
Vice Mayor Armstrong, I'm sorry, before you approve this, item 5.5 does need to be read into the record.
Okay, I will read it into the record here. And that is item 5.5.
So we
is-
can have a motion
Yeah,
for
we-
5.1 through 5.5, a second, and then he can read it into the motion, read
Yeah.
it into the record, right?
Go ahead. Let's go ahead and move forward with the motion, then I'll read it in before we vote.
Mhm.
Okay, we got motion by Perkins. We have second by Councilmember Veros. Okay, so item 5.5 is an ordinance, next in line, amending section B6-11, containers placement, subsection B4, commercial and multifamily dwellings, placement of containers, signage, and enclosure requirements of Title B regulations, Division B6, Health, Sanitation, and Environmental Quality. Chapter 1, Solid Waste and Recycling. Article 2, Solid Waste and Organic Materials and Recyclable Materials Collection Service and Containers of the San Ramon Municipal Code. Repealing and replacing section B6-131, Public Nuisances of Title B Regulations, Division B6, Health, Sanitation, and Environmental Quality. Chapter 6, Nuisances Property Maintenance. Article 1, General of the San Ramon Municipal Code, amending section B6-141, Violations of Title B Regulations, Division B6, Health, Sanitation, and Environmental Quality. Chapter 6, Nuisances Property Maintenance. Article 2, Enforcement of the San Ramon Municipal Code, and repealing and replacing section C6-1, Definitions of Title C, Construction, Development, and Land Use. Division C6, Public Works and Flood Control. Chapter 1, Encroachments. Article 1, General Provisions of the San Ramon Municipal Code. And now I will breathe.
You want to do books on tape?
We good on that, city attorney?
Very good, yes, and we will require a roll call vote for the ordinance.
Okay, please
But
call the,
Does the electronic doesn't count as a
It-
roll call?
It does not count as a roll call. It'll just be orally done into the record.
okay, please call the roll.
Okay, Councilmember Perkins,
Aye.
Councilmember Rubio,
Aye.
Councilmember Veros,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Armstrong.
Aye. Okay, motion carries 4-0. We have one excuse. Okay, item 6, special presentations. We have none. Item 7, deferred consent items. We have none. Item 8, city council appointments. Item 8.1, Transportation Advisory Committee appointment. With staff report by Chris Weeks, Transportation Division Manager. Hello, Chris.
Hello, good evening, Mayor Armstrong, Vice Mayor Armstrong, council members and members of the community. The item before you is a recommendation to reappoint an existing Transportation Advisory Committee member, Robert DuPont, to the TAC for a new term running through January 31st, 2025. TAC is comprised of 7 members, 6 from the San Ramon community and 1 representative from the Chamber of Commerce. Terms for the committee members, Terms for the committee members, Robert DuPont, Atul Patel, and Miranda Shakes expired on January 31st, 2023, resulting in 3 vacancies. The vacancy notice was posted on the city's website to recruit new members. The city clerk's office received 3 applications by the deadline. However, 2 applicants withdrew their applications for various reasons. The 3rd application was received from existing TAC member Robert DuPont. The Planning Commission Ad Hoc Committee excused the interview for Robert DuPont since he is an existing, longstanding, and respected member of the TAC. The Planning Commission Ad Hoc Committee recommended that Robert DuPont be appointed to TAC for a term to run through January 31st, 2025. The Ad Hoc Committee recommendation was then forwarded to the Planning Commission for approval at the February 21st, 2023 meeting. The Planning Commission recommends that the City Council appoint Robert DuPont to TAC for a term to run through January 31st, 2025. Thank you for considering this appointment.
Okay, thank you. Any clarifying questions?
No, Robert DuPont has been an active member of this community for more than 40 years, and he served on the school board, among other committees and activities. So a very qualified and active and thoughtful man.
Okay, any other clarifying questions? Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Then at this time, I would like to open public comment on this item. Do we have any speaker cards?
No speaker cards. We do have 1 hand raised.
Okay,
Call in user 2.
call in user 2. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I don't have any problem with appointing Mr. DuPont. However, I am kind of surprised that 2 out of the 3 public, and I'm assuming that they're all new, who have applied for this committee, all of a sudden withdrew. That doesn't sound normal. I would like an explanation from Mr. Weeks why this is happening. So to make sure that we have transparent government and that, you know, the staff isn't coercing or intimidating or manipulating the application process to make sure candidate of their likings are the only competitor. So I would like a clarification on that for transparency of government in the spirit of democracy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment. If staff could get back to the caller on that one, please. Any other call-in? Okay, then I will close the public comment. And any discussion before we move forward? Okay, then we've already got a mover and a seconder, Councilmember Perkins and Councilmember Veros. And this is a motion to accept the Planning Commission's recommendation and appoint Robert DuPont to serve as a regular member of the Transportation Advisory Committee with a term to expire in January 2025. Okay, motion carries 4-0 with 1 absent. And we will now move on to unfinished business. And we have a public hearing number 3. We have several things to cover under this, and we'll cover those each in turn, but we'll now take the staff report from Lauren Barr.
Good evening, Council. I'll be brief with my presentation as this is the 3rd meeting on this particular project. Back on February 15th, 2022, the applicant submitted a development plan application for a 61-unit townhome project on a 4.4 acre parcel. As part of that proposal, it included a general plan amendment and rezone to change the existing office use to residential and open space, as well as the related applications that will follow with the planning commission. At the last meeting on February 14th, the city council held the second public hearing on under Measure G and introduced the ordinance for the rezone and recommended we set tonight's meeting for additional project review and ordinance adoption. As part of your packet, staff has prepared a draft resolution approving the project environmental review, which is a mitigated negative declaration for this project, as well as the general plan amendment. So this is a two-part process. And so as part of this, we're asking that you conduct the public hearing and then adopt a resolution approving the mitigated negative declaration and general plan amendment. And then the second action would be to complete the ordinance process by adopting the ordinance, which changes the zoning from administrative office to high density residential and open space 2. I'm available for questions. The applicant's team is available for questions as well. And so I'll conclude with that.
Okay, thank you, Lauren. Council, do we have any clarifying questions? Okay, hearing,
We've heard this before.
okay, is this public hearing number 3?
Changes from last time, so
Do we have a motion to open the public hearing and take public comment?
I move we open the public hearing and take public comment. Whoa, there goes Marisol.
Okay, Councilmember Rubio beat you to it.
There we go.
There you go. Second by Councilmember Perkins. Okay, by a vote of 4-0 with 1 absent, the public hearing is now open. Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
Yes. Sorry, I just walked in. Can I give you?
Okay.
Yes, please.
Please identify yourself and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Elena Formosa. I would like to ask the council members to please let the public know if you approve and adopt this, does it mean that you're making a decision on who makes the final decisions in terms of any permit that is pulled by the developer? I was recently in a policy meeting where there was a dispute and we had to actually spend $50,000 even though we have an attorney, but we still need to hire outside attorney to make sure we are clear on whether the final decision is made by the planning commissioners or the zoning officer. But as far as I understand, this particular project had a boo-boo that was actually made by the attorney, by the attorney's office, where she had overrode or either that or she did something without the planning commissioner's approval. Furthermore, planning commissioners were completely ignorant about what she was going to do. And then that's why we're now paying for litigation. It's not the best economy. We really need to be very careful how we spend our money. So I would like the clarification on that. And I was listening on my way here. I'm a little bit surprised that this council is not for transparent government. There was a caller earlier who asked for clarification by Mr. Weeks regarding, why 2 applicants withdrew, whether it was due to intimidation or manipulation. And you guys just, told the, caller to contact the government later privately. Why? This is a public meeting. A question is raised in a public meeting per the Brown Act. I know Mr. Perkins is going to shut me down, so I'll just shut up because we're so transparent here.
Okay, thank you. And tonight's action is to adopt a resolution approving the mitigated negative declaration and the general plan amendment, and then adopt an ordinance rezoning for this property. And then should those both be passed, then adopted, then it will go back to the planning commission for final plan review and approval.
That's correct. The legislative acts of the general plan amendment and the rezone authority is with the city council. The approval of the actual development applications will be with the planning commission, subject to appeal to the city council.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, do we have any other speakers?
So I had misspoke earlier. The written public comment from Robert Klinger is actually for this item 9.1, not for item 4.
Okay, so we'll
We've got that.
correct the record on that. We do have a written copy of that. All the council has seen that from Mr. Klinger. Any other written comment or public speakers?
No.
Okay. Then I guess we need to, any further discussion on this before we close the public hearing?
Well, we close the public hearing.
Okay. So we got a motion by Rose to close the public hearing, a second by Councilmember Perkins. Okay, by 4-0 and 1 absent vote, public hearing is now closed. So at this point, we will move on to let's see, where are we at in my agenda here? The
13.
number 13 here, council motion to, can I get a council motion to adopt the resolution approving the general plan amendment, general plan amendment 2022-002 for the property located at 2481 Deerwood Drive from office to multiple family, high density residential and open space, and adopting the initial study mitigated negative declaration ENVR 2022-002 for the proposed project initiated by TrueMark Homes, property owner Siva Property LLC. We have a motion by Councilmember Rubio, second by Councilmember Veros. Okay, and the motion passes 4-0 with 1 absent, so the resolution is approved. And now we'll move on to, can I get a motion then to adopt ordinance 517, an ordinance of the city of San Ramon, City Council approving rezone application RZ 2022-001, amending the city zoning map to rezone property located at 2481 Deerwood Drive, APN 208-640-003 from administrative office OA to high density residential and open space OS2. We have a motion by Councilmember Rubio, second by Councilmember Veros. And by a 4-0 vote with 1 absent, the motion to adopt ordinance 517 passes. And now we will move on to item 10, new business. This is item 10.1, San Ramon Police Department Annual Report. Police Chief Denton Carlson, come on forward.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members. Thank you for the opportunity. I can get this up here. We'll jump into our presentation of what happened in 2022 and kind of where we're at. So get this up. And the one thing I will say, 2022 was really a year of transition for us. So many different things going on in the agency. We're really going to jump into a bunch of that at the very beginning, kind of what we've accomplished, where we've been over the last year. We'll jump into some crime data. We'll talk about what's going on in the city, some of the misconceptions that may be out there and the reasoning why. We'll talk about some of the collision related data and some of the information that I think is important for you and also for your constituents. So I do want to let everyone know who may be watching in the public, all the information that you see here tonight is available on our annual report, which is just as of this afternoon now available on our website. And there's a copy in front of you this evening. There's also, we'll talk about this a little bit later on in the slide. We conducted a community survey in December. That information is also available on our website. If you go to the San Ramon Police Department website, go to the About Us section, and there's a direct link that references all of the information we obtained in our survey in December, which you also have a copy that was included in the annual report tonight. So as I mentioned, 2022 was really a year of transition for us. We had some of the biggest staffing struggles we've ever had in the history of our agency. As you see on the graphic in front of you, at one point in the middle of 2022, we only had 54 working officers. And what I mean by working officers is that's an officer that is out in the car by themselves, not someone on training, not someone who's out on an injury, and not counting vacancies, obviously. So at that point in the middle of the year, we had 8 vacancies. Official vacancies. We had several officers out on injury. We also had a few on training. So it was one of the slowest staffing levels. Now, the good thing is that we're coming back from that, but it's a struggle to get there. In 2022, we hired 20 people in our agency. Yes.
In 2007, we had 56 sworn officers.
Correct. When we started in
When we
2007,
started, we
there
had
were 56 total.
officers.
Right. And so with the growth in the city and the combined, we're now at 70 authorized. But the 70 authorized is a little bit of a misnomer because it's rarely that we're ever at that actual strength of people that are out there serving the community. So in 2022, we hired more people than we ever have. We hired 20 new employees for the police department across the year. 15 of those were peace officers. 5 of them were administrative staff members. We also had 18 promotions throughout our agency, including promotions at every single rank, including yours truly. So it really has been a year of a lot of different changes. And one of the biggest changes we've had is within our command staff. Now, when Chief Stevens was here last year, from the time he gave his report to tonight, we only have 2 command staff members who remain out of the 8 that were normally authorized. We only have 6 in place right now. We are running 2 vacancies in command staff because one of the things that you'll hear me mention tonight, one of our focuses and one of our primary objectives every single day we're here serving the San Ramon community is we have to be ready to respond when they need us the most. That's a critical aspect of what we do. So when we have these staffing struggles, we take resources from other divisions, from other services. We push those to patrol as much as possible because we have to be available to respond quickly and to be able to get there when someone needs us. But what that does sometimes is that creates vacancies in other positions. So we're currently, and we have held vacancies in the traffic division, in the investigation division, community resource crime prevention, school resource officers. So all of those different components have really impacted kind of the service level overall. There are some things that we just can't do because of these staffing struggles. Now, I will say the agency is full of people who are incredible. And that's one of the reasons why later on in the slides, we'll talk about what's going on over the last year and why we've been able to still be successful despite some of these staffing numbers. I think the sentence at the very bottom there is something that's really interesting to consider. Is since 2020, so right before COVID started, we've transitioned over 50% of our total staff in the police department. We've hired 48 employees. So 53% of our staff has been in San Ramon for less than a year, which is really staggering to think about. Now, the good thing is as we move into where we're at today, we do have 66 peace officers working in San Ramon out of our 70 authorized. We are fully staffed on our administrative staff positions, which is outstanding for us. Now, there are still transitions that are happening. Some of you may have seen our social media post. We had one of our captains retire last week, Steve Brinkley, who'd been here since the beginning. Tremendous individual, a great police officer. At his retirement ceremony, Chief Dan Pratt was there. And one of the things he said that was absolutely true is he talked to the younger people in the room. He said, if you wanted to model yourself as a police officer, you should model yourself like Steve. And it's going to be a loss for us, but that's what we're dealing with now. But now we're starting to get to the end of the transition in the retirements that we've had in our agency. It's really slowing down. So we have 5 who are coming off of training next week, which is going to bump those working officers up to 60. We also have 6 in the hiring process right now with the goal of getting back up to as close to full staff as we can. And that's kind of where we're moving towards. We do have some more anticipated departures, but it's nothing like we've experienced over the last 3 years. So that's the exciting part of where we're at right now is we're making progress towards getting back to that full staff measures. So there's been a lot of changes. As I mentioned, this was a year of transition. So some of the things that we embarked on technologically this year, 2022 was the first year that we started collecting data for our stop data. And that's the Racial Identity and Profiling Act. It was actually introduced in 2015, passed in 2016, and it was a staggered approach of rollout based on agency size in California. So for the San Ramon Police Department, with the size of agency we are, in the beginning of 2022, we started collecting all of this stop data that was reported consistently to the Department of Justice that will go in their annual report that's published later on this year. But that means we have to calculate 16 different items on every single stop that we conduct. We have to report our agency, the officer's time of service, the officer's badge, different perceptions that the officer has of the person that they're stopped. So it was a pretty big undertaking for us. We introduced an app that the officers can use through their work phones to collect this data out in the field to make them more efficient. So we had that came in. We transitioned all of our digital evidence storage, all of our body worn cameras, all of our fleet in-car camera systems was all transitioned to Axon, which has really maximized the efficiency of the officers. As I mentioned, staffing can be a struggle. So the goal is to have our officers out there in the field as much as possible and have the technology on the back end automated as much as can be. So now what happens is when a body worn camera is recorded out in the field, if the officer is on an incident, that body worn camera is now auto tagged with the report number if one is generated. So it takes a lot of the back end work that the officers have to do, and it eliminates that because of the automation. It also allows citizens in the field who are reporting crimes, if they have video evidence or they have photographic evidence that they need to submit to be attached to the report, they can do that digitally now through a portal that Axon Enterprises, our contractor, the officer can give them a link, send them a link, and they can auto upload it and it goes right into the case file automatically. So it's really transitioned our digital storage for photographs, video evidence, and everything associated with criminal activity. The other thing that we have done is our real-time crime center has become operational. It just started back in January. And one of the things that the council approved several years ago was our camera systems throughout the city. And we'll touch on that a little bit later when we talk about crime data. But our real-time crime center is now operational in our newly remodeled police department, where we can monitor camera feeds throughout the city. We can integrate drone feeds if we have a drone in the air and see all of that live in our real-time crime center. So it's been a great advancement. Last year, we added our crime intelligence coordinator, Ben Del Carlo. He has done a fantastic job getting that crime center updated. He sends out weekly updates on Tri-Valley situational awareness for criminal activity every week to the members of our agency. So adding those different components has really, again, maximized our efficiency, which is our goal, to be able to be out there and do what we can as quickly as we can. We're also making progress on the Public Safety Center to be open later on this year. I know they're finalizing some of the details with the dispatch center and the EOC. We moved back into our building in July, and we're moving forward on getting all the finishing touches taken care of in there. Last I heard, they're hoping for an April move-in for fire administrative on the side that we vacated earlier this year. And we're hoping for within the next 3 or 4 months, we can have that grand opening and have the whole facility open, which is another exciting progress. You also heard in January from the San Ramon Valley Fire Protection District, the movement forward on our behavioral health response pilot program. So we went through the joint training with all of our personnel, all of the fire department personnel, and then the phase 2 that you heard about in January is now rolling out. And I'm excited to say that we do get updates on the police department side when the calls that are coming in, that they can do that transfer to the 211-988 call center. So we are hearing that it is working. And we're taking that response and shifting it from a police response to really get the resources to the people that exactly how they need it when they need it most. So those are some of the exciting things that have taken place over the last couple of years. Over the last year. The biggest transition that we've really had is our switch of crime data collection. Now, this is for ever since we started in 2007, we've always reported our data to the FBI using the Uniform Crime Reporting Act, UCR stats. That's how we've always done it. The middle part of this year in July, we transitioned to the FBI's new standard for collecting crime data, which is the National Instant-Based Reporting System, or NIBRS. We like acronyms, so we call it NIBRS. So this is replacing the old data collection. Now, the important component to know is this really will change our crime data. So it's going to be an interesting couple of years throughout the state and throughout the country as some police agencies are implementing NIBRS and some are still working to get there. So you're going to see a significant difference in the crime stats that are reported from agencies throughout the state of California and throughout the nation. Once everyone gets on board with reporting with NIBRS and the technicality that comes with that, you're going to see a much more comprehensive look at what is happening within the city. One of the biggest differences is with UCR stats, what was reported to the FBI was only the most serious crime in the incident. So if you had 2 crimes that occurred during an incident, only one would be reported. The most serious defense would go to the FBI. Now, all crimes are reported. So if you have 4 crimes that occur in one incident, all 4 crimes will be reported now, which will automatically increase your numbers because 4 crimes instead of 1. Now, everyone was reporting with UCR statistics in the past, the legacy system, so it was consistent. Now you're going to have some crimes reporting, some agencies reporting in UCR, some in NIBRS. So the numbers really will change. One of the things I'm going to show you next as we jump into the crime data for 2022 is at the very bottom, before we jump into the numbers, the very bottom is what the NIBRS number would have been for this year. So you can see the difference that will take place. So you've got, if you just went pure numbers and didn't know about the system, you would think that you're looking at about a 16% increase in crime rates. So that's how the difference is going to look when NIBRS transitions. Now, what we're going to do with the San Ramon Police Department, for comparison purposes, we're going to keep both stats for the next 3 years so that we can have the Legacy Reporting Act compared to the previous years. And then once we have 3 years of NIBRS data, then we'll be able to demonstrate the 3-year pattern of NIBRS. Then once 2025 comes around, we'll look at it again and see, okay, do we need to keep reporting in this legacy stats? Because I think having that consistency is important, because you don't want to just look at a pure number and see, wow, we jumped up 18 or 19% when that wasn't reality. So you can see on the stats in front of you here, a comparison of our crime data over the last 4 years. And you will see we're still going down, which is opposite of what you start hearing on social media. These are our crime stats for the entire 2022. Now, there are some numbers that will jump out at you when you look at 2022. And I have a few explanations associated with that. But you can see that we are still trending down in crime rates, even though this is really the first year that we've been back to normal, as you could say. You know, we're really not in the COVID world anymore when it comes to policing or people staying at home. So 2022 was kind of the first year that we were back to a normal, I don't want to say normal operations, but a normal community environment without stay-at-home orders. But our crime rates were still dropping. So I did want to touch on a couple things, like I said, that may kind of jump out at you there. And one of them is the numbers associated with rape. You do see an increase from 6 in 2021 to 10 in 2022. So what I did is I asked our investigations unit, because I didn't recall seeing the reports that came across anything associated with what we would kind of think about as a stranger rape. So of those 10 that you see there, 5 of them are what we call historical, meaning they did not happen in 2022. 5 of those incidents took place before this year, but were reported to our agency in 2022. So they do count against this year's statistics because that's when they were reported, but they didn't occur this year. 2 of them, of those 10, we still don't know where they took place. They may have taken place in San Ramon, they may have taken place somewhere else, but because of the reporting methodology, and unfortunately, the victim associated with both of these cases didn't want to contact the police or talk to the police anymore. But we took the report, so we report them in our crime statistics, but they didn't happen. We don't know if they happened in San Ramon or if they happened somewhere else, anywhere in the Bay Area. And then 3 of them were associated with domestic violence related incidents. So that gives you a little bit more of an idea of what we're talking about when we see that number, because when I saw these out here, that number kind of jumped out at me a little bit. And then I also wanted to touch on the number of robberies that you see there. So you see 18, which is consistent year to year. But I also wanted to explain that 8 of those 18 are theft related from a business. So it's shoplifting related where some type of force was used on almost all of those against the loss prevention agent. And so as soon as force is used, it takes that case and it elevates it from a simple theft related case or a grand theft and turns it into a robbery related categorized for crime reporting purposes. So I think the biggest thing that I see when I see this graph is this goes against the narrative that you may see on social media or what you may see people talking about. I've referenced this a few times in the things that I've pushed out to the community, but now we really know about everything that's going on in our community, and that's where things have changed. The crime rates in San Ramon have not changed. They are going down. As a matter of fact, the next crime, you'll see this crime data here, but while I'm talking about our overall crime rates, I'm going to jump to the next slide because it gives you a comparison of where we've been the last 11 years. These are all the UCR legacy statistics for consistency purposes. So by looking at this, you will see that we're actually, if you take the COVID year of 2020 out, we're at the lowest average of Group A crimes per 1,000 residents since 2014. So our crime rates are not going up. But what you do hear about is everything that's going on in the neighborhood because of social media. So we now know about someone who didn't pick up after their pet. We know about the teenage driver who ran the stop sign. We know about all of these different things. And we now are much more aware and we know about crime activity that's going on, but crime is not increasing. I've also heard some arguments on social media and other people talking about, well, it's unreported crime. That may be true in some communities, but I do not believe that's the case here in San Ramon, because when crime happens to someone in San Ramon, it's a significant event and they report it to us. And there may be some instances of unreported crime that are going on in San Ramon, but I do not think it is extensive. There may be a little bit, like I said, I'll give you that, but I do not think it's extensive because when it happens here, it's a significant event. And we tell people, please call us when something happens because we want to investigate those incidents and the things that are going on. I am going to jump back to the slide before so you can see just a comparison of the crime rates over the last 4 years. So this separates it from property crime versus violent crime. And overall, we went down 5.8% in 2022, which I think is fantastic, especially in today's environment. The one aspect is our violent crime did go up from 51 to 64. Now, some of that may be related to not living in a COVID world anymore, fairly close to where we were in 2019 before COVID. And then when you factor in some of the shoplifting related crimes, some of the historical violent crimes that were reported, you may also have seen, if we jump back here, at the very bottom of that, you can see arsons were at 6. Last year, they were at 1. Well, unfortunately, we had someone who decided that paper towel dispensers in park bathrooms, it was fun to light them on fire. And we had multiple incidents of those. That is an arson. That's what we will always classify as it because we're going to be accurate in our classification. But that's one of the reasons where that number went up. As a violent crime, that adds a significant amount to the section of arson for this year.
Chief, one of the curious things on there is vehicle theft.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow I always imagined that the new engine immobilizer systems and other electronic elements of cars would cause vehicle theft to actually trend down significantly year over year. And I know particularly the Teslas and things like that have significant security systems in them. So why aren't car thefts going down more?
Because there's still a lot of cars out there that aren't that difficult to steal. And a lot of what we don't see brand new cars being stolen.
Oh,
you're accurate in that. That's not what we see. We do see cars that are a little bit older. The technology isn't quite the same. And that's what we see being stolen. It isn't, it's not the Teslas. I can't remember the last time I saw a report of a Tesla being stolen. It just doesn't happen.
And cars that are only 2, 3, maybe 4 years old are less likely to be.
It is less likely, yes.
So you're seeing it's the 1990s and early 2000s are
generally
dominating the statistics.
And it is pretty consistent with what historically have been the common vehicles that have been stolen. I don't want to give anybody any
No, I
ideas,
understand.
but
And there's some of them that have some keys that are pretty easily
well, I will.
manipulated.
I will tell you, when I was going through college, I drove a car that you could put the key in, turn it, and while the car was running, you could take the key right out and then put the key back in, and that was about as smooth as keys you could be. So when you're dealing with cars that are that old, sometimes that technology and the less advanced technology makes it a little bit easier. I did want to touch on one other thing before I moved on here that I just remembered. Is that catalytic converter thefts. So we did see a significant increase in catalytic converter thefts. I'm going off memory here. I can pull up my notes in a second, but I believe we went from 86 in 2020, in 2021 up to 148 in 2022. Now this year they have dropped. Granted, it's a small sample size, just 2 months in, but we're trending to be right around 90. In this year. So we're seeing over a 50% decrease if you project out what we've seen in the first 2 months for the rest of the year. So the numbers are better when it comes to catalytic converter thefts.
Is there any correlation in crime like catalytic converter theft with the weather? If it's a wet, rainy night, are they still going out cutting up catalytic converters in the or we see does the weather affect the crime statistics associated particularly with catalytic converters?
I think it does. And I think it's not just catalytic converter thefts, but I think it's, auto related property crimes where you see auto burglaries, window smashes, people checking car doors to see what's open and what may be laying around in the glove box or in the front seat. So I do think weather plays a role. I don't think the criminal element is out and about as much when it's rainy and the negative weather. We also see increases during the holiday seasons too. I mean, you all know that when the shopping centers are full, it's ripe for criminal activity. So we do see an increase of it. Even if the weather is bad, when places are full, we see more activity.
So is it SB 1087, which is related to the catalytic converters? That also should be help, right, in this case?
I do. And I do think that will help. Unfortunately, when you talk about the black market for things, sometimes they'll just find a way, but I do think that will be a hindrance. And what you're referring to, correct me if I'm wrong, is the restrictions California has put on metal recyclers to buy those catalytic converter parts and coming in. And so that's what they've done through the California legislation, is impose tremendous fines on metal recycling businesses who have historically been the companies that have accepted these because of the precious metals involved and that are inside catalytic converters, which has facilitated just simple sale, black market sale of cut catalytic converters. So they're requiring either a licensed dealer or some type of licensing to be able to accept the sale of a catalytic converter now through these metal recyclers. Sorry, Council.
Yes.
Sorry, you had a question.
Yes. I was just, does anybody else have questions about the catalytic converter? Oh, I can go after him because my question is completely different.
I would think particularly in Southern California, you'd find it easy to ship them out to Arizona or even from here to Nevada. Do you think that's likely going to be the path in the future, is to take them to recyclers in Arizona and Nevada?
I do think there's potential for that. I know it's interesting. Side note, I just watched the Jurassic Park movies with my kids, and there was a quote in there about nature will find a way. Well, I think the criminal element will find a way too. It's just how difficult can you make it?
Right.
And by restricting it in California, it makes it a lot more difficult, and it introduces the transportation of them into it, and it's whether or not it's going to be easy enough for the criminal element to collect all these, then put them in a truck and drive it to Arizona or drive it to Nevada, and whether they're going to go down that road and make those different arrangements to make it happen, or whether or not the world of catalytic converter thefts is going to decrease and we're just not going to see as much of it.
So thank you. And thank you for the great presentation. I appreciate all the work that you guys are doing. So what do you think is I see that, for the under aggravated assault, in 2019. It's about where it is now from 33, and then it took a dip in the 2 years in between, and it's kind of going back up to 36. What do you think is contributing to that?
So I think it is more people are out and about. And I think that it leads to more chances for confrontation. People are out in the evenings. We don't have an extensive nightlife scene here, but we have had incidents at the few places that are open in the evenings. You're seeing more of that. And so I think it's just leading to more conflict because more people are out and about. And historically, we're not seeing a massive spike if you take the COVID year out. We're kind of, I hate to say back to normal, but we're seeing consistency in the statistics that we've seen before.
Okay, thank you.
And as they say, inflation is also adding craziness to the people.
I mean, there's a lot of different factors and economic factors and ups and downs and everything trends to how people are feeling and how they interact with each other. That's just the nature of it. I'm going to jump past this. I wanted to touch on, I will say that I think one of the primary factors in the reduction of crime that we have here in San Ramon is the citywide camera program that was implemented back in August of 2022. So where we're at with this camera program now, we have 44 situational cameras. Those are cameras that monitor intersections and the traffic patterns that are going back and forth. We also have 46 automated license plate reader cameras that are fixed at some of the most often frequented intersections, I guess the busiest places and the areas in San Ramon that we thought would be the most effective for it. So just in 2022 alone, we had 327 criminal investigations that involved the use of these cameras. So that is almost every single day, we're doing some type of a criminal investigation involving these cameras. 61 stolen vehicles have been recovered in San Ramon just in 2022 directly as a result of these cameras.
In 2019, how many recovered were we? We were probably in what, a few dozen maybe?
I can tell you later. I have no
Okay.
idea. You caught me off guard with that one. That was a good question though. But that was in 2022. And then evidentiary value from these cameras led to 56 arrests in 2022. And then you can see the historical numbers since the implementation below that. So it really has been a tremendous resource for us when it comes to combating crime. And I will tell you that our officers 24 hours a day, for those of you that may not know, when we have a car that comes through San Ramon and one of those automated license plate readers registers the license plate and it comes back as a vehicle that's listed in the stolen vehicle system throughout the state of California, or it comes back as a vehicle that's associated with felony crime, every single officer gets a text alert on their cell phone. And the dispatch center gets alert as well, and it broadcasts the information over the airways so every officer knows what's going on. It really has been a tremendous resource for us, and they have been fantastic. And I do believe that the criminal world talks. They know what's going on. And I do think just the fact that everyone knows we have this extensive camera system in place, it is a deterrent in and of itself. Because we've arrested people and they talk and they know how they got caught and they know what happens because eventually they're going to see the reports when the case goes to prosecution or whatever it is. And I do think it has an impact on whether or not people come to San Ramon to commit crime. So it's been a fantastic tool for us, a fantastic resource, and it really has helped us out tremendously over the 2+ years it's been in operation.
Do you have a feel for how many of those stolen vehicles that are discovered under the ALPRs are from out of town relative to stolen in town?
Yeah, that's a good question. I would have to dive. I can find those numbers out for you if you'd like it. I'd have to send it. I'd really have to dive into it, and maybe our crime analysts could get those numbers, but I'd be more than happy to send them. Off the top of my head, I really wouldn't be able to give you an accurate number. I could make a wild guess, but I don't know how dead on that would be. But I can find that out.
Looking for a number, but it just seems to me from my recollection, reading different reports, that a lot of these are coming from out of town. That our cameras are just picking them up, and then our cops are going out and getting them.
And I think one way to look at it is the only way we would have a stolen car from San Ramon hit our cameras is if it was reported and entered into the system before it left the city. So the likelihood of that happening, I wouldn't say is now, unless someone used it, drove it to the other side of the city, left it, then maybe we would capture it at a later time. But the real time, quick reactions of cars that are being stolen in San Ramon and getting that license plate reader hit before they left the city is probably pretty unlikely. So I'd say it's probably a pretty small number.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sure. So jump into a little bit of our collision and citation data. You see the charts there as far as the comparisons over the last 4 years, and you'll see that we're getting back to where we're at. Now, the one thing that is concerning on my end is our collisions, our overall number of collisions in 2022 went up significantly, even from 2019. So we're going from 439 in 2019 up to 510. Now, there were some years before 2019 that were a little bit higher, but this is one of the highest years that we've had. And the reasoning behind it, whether it's people back on the road, young drivers, I'm not exactly sure what it is. But we're really trying to implement the tracking and have our traffic division officers out more and about and out making traffic stops, issuing citations, because you're not going to convince me that when you see a lot of police cars out there with cars pulled over, whether or not the officer is giving them a citation or not, if you see a lot of cars out there with their lights on and a car pulled over, people are going to slow down. And one of the most significant things related to collisions is speed. And it always has been. And so the proactivity in getting officers out and about and being a really significant visual presence, I think, is one of the things that we're trying to do as much as possible to get that collision data to come back down. You will see DUI crashes are still very low within the city. We don't have a lot, which is a good thing. They are coming back up, though, and I think that's directly related to people being out and about more often. Same thing with DUI arrests. It's coming back around. But it's nowhere near where it used to be. And I think a lot of that has to do with the campaigns, the be safe, be sober, everything you see all the time. People are taking advantage of ride shares far more often than they ever have. And I think that's one of the significant things, which is great for public safety. And then citations issued, I think that is just reflective of, again, going through the COVID lull and coming back up. One of the things that you'll see on the next slide is talking about calls for service. And I wanted to touch on this a little bit because you're going to see a significant decrease. What isn't changing is our community calls for service. As you see there, the dispatch calls, that is a call that came in from a community member and was dispatched out to an officer. In 2019, we were right around 29,000. I think we were about 29.5, if my memory serves me correctly, for our stats in 2019. So as far as community calls for service, we're pretty much the same. But what we're seeing now is we are seeing a decrease in the officer's self-initiated activity. And I'll tell you that I think part of that is coming from what we've asked our officers to do over the last several years. We have been short-staffed. Officers are working more. They're working more overtime. They're spending more time out on the street. They're having to cover shifts. Our sick leave usage for 2022 was almost 1,000 hours more. We were at about 4,400 in 2022 versus where we were in 2019. So when you factor in COVID, more people are going to be out sick because you test positive, you're out. It doesn't matter if you feel great or not. We don't want you to come to work because we don't want to have an entire shift come down with COVID and then not be operational. So we, like everyone else, if you test positive, you stay home. And it's a minimum of 5 days, which is going to, if that happens at the beginning of your week, that's 4 shifts that you're off from patrol, or 3 shifts if you're working on the weekend. So we're asking a lot more of our officers. And I do think that that's having an impact on the self-initiated activity, because we've been kind of walking the tightrope, as I mentioned before, in staffing. We've been asking a tremendous amount of everybody in the agency. They've been doing a phenomenal job. There's no question about it. But I do think this is where you start seeing some of that impact in staffing levels, is the self-initiated activity by officers. So that's why you see that decrease in overall calls for service. If you look at the traffic stops made, last year we made over 7,283. In 2019, we made over 11,000 traffic stops in 1 year. So it is a decrease. And I do think that a lot of that has to do with what our officers have been asked to do as far as just overall workload for the past few years. Our arrests made are very consistent with where we were in 2019 as well, right around the upper 500 mark. Reports written is again, very similar. I believe in 2019, we were at 3,800. We're at 3,600 this year. So it's pretty
10 a day.
consistent,
10 reports a day.
roughly. Yep. Yeah. Now COVID, it went down a little bit, but we're right back up to where consistently we do average almost 10 reports per day written by officers.
So we'll get comments sometimes about how the police aren't gonna pull anybody over. They're not gonna stop anybody. They're not gonna arrest anybody because it just doesn't matter. Because when it goes to the district attorney, they're just gonna, dismiss it. Can you address that?
Yeah, that doesn't happen. We don't concern ourselves with what the district attorney is going to do. We still provide police services by what the law states that we need to do. I will say it can be frustrating at times that you have a fantastic investigation. You have something that really is, you have someone arrested, they've done something against the law, something criminal, and we don't necessarily get a prosecution. So that may be frustrating, but it doesn't change the way we do our business. We're out there, we're responding. I may have come across a Nextdoor post today that addressed why police didn't do something and why we weren't there. When in fact, they're talking about an incident that we're already investigating. We're already deep into the investigations, and there was an officer that was on scene in less than 3.5 minutes and actually got in a short pursuit with the person that was involved. So we are there and we are doing it. But unfortunately, sometimes that perception may be that way. But what may happen after the incident and after we take our actions and we make an arrest or whatever investigation work we may do, we don't concern ourselves with what may happen down the road. We're concerned with protecting the community here in San Ramon and the actions we need to take at that time.
Thank you.
Yeah. So patrol response times, as I mentioned before, one of the things that we focus on is making sure we're there to get there when we need to get there. And our patrol response times, again, phenomenal work by the people in our organization. And the fact that we can maintain a 4-minute and 11-second priority 1 response time, I don't know that there's too many comparables in the law enforcement business right now. The fact that priority 3 calls for us is still at the 7-minute mark. If you pay attention to the news and you watch what's happening in other organizations and other law enforcement agencies and other cities throughout the Bay Area and the state of California, that's unheard of. But we're there when the people need us. We're there when the community members need us to be there. And that's one thing that we take pride in. And as I mentioned, we allocate our resources to make sure that this is something that we can accomplish every single day that we have officers out on the street.
Is this the average or is this the 90%?
This is the average. And that's the way we've always calculated. There are times that we're not there in 4 hours or 4 hours. I hope there's no time that it's 4 hours.
All right.
Let's make that clear. There are times that we're not there in 4 minutes and 11 seconds, but there's also times that we're there in 30 seconds because we have an officer who's close by. So it is the average, and our goal every year is to maintain a priority 1 response time of under 5 minutes. We set that goal every single year. That is what we want to maintain no matter what, that we can average less than 5 minutes when someone needs us the most.
I would be interested in knowing what is the 90% point.
I can let you know.
For priority 1.
Sure.
The 2s and the 3s, because they're low urgent, it's you've got your explanations up there, but on priority 1s, I'd like to know what the 90% is, so that 90% of the time we're there in 6.5 minutes or whatever. Sure, your number is.
Sure, I will find that information out and I'll send it to you.
Thank you.
So you have the 90%.
I know there's going to be times where the 100 there'll be an outlier out there that is just, there's a whole world of explanations as to why that one was 12 minutes.
Sure. And on a monthly basis, we get the report that's automatically generated through our computer aided dispatch system. And we analyze all of the priority 1 response calls. And there are outliers every month when that comes in, but there's always an explanation. There is something that will have been entered as a priority 1 call that wasn't a priority 1 call that may have a 9-minute response time. And there's the research that goes into that on a monthly basis to say, well, what was wrong here? And if there was something wrong, let's address it. If it wasn't a priority 1, let's make sure the data is correct.
Thank you.
One of the things that I wanted to do as I sat down in the chair as the chief of police, is I wanted to make sure a community survey was conducted. You all have copies of that as well. This is what I referenced earlier. It is also available on our website if any member of the public would like to look at the survey results. We conducted this in December for 2 weeks, and we opened it up through a survey system, and we sent it out through our messaging system. We put it on social media, and the city posted the link to the survey on some of the weekly announcements that went out. So one of the things that we wanted to address was, how are we doing as it relates to our core values? And you see those listed on the slide: service, responsiveness, integrity, safety, and professionalism. And so as you can see, the response rates that came back from the community were fantastic. Very pleased with what we got back from the community as far as the job that we are doing. The one topic, and I will say the one thing that I was a little bit disappointed in, is the level of engagement. That our level of engagement, it's high, 76.6%, which is great, but we should be higher. Maybe that's partly because of social media and my bias, because I helped create the social media and wanting it to be as great as possible. But when I stopped and really thought about it, unfortunately, because of staffing numbers, our Community Resource and Crime Prevention Division, which is one of the divisions that manages our community outreach, they were down staffing all year, because we took one of the sergeants that would normally sit in that position, and we had to allocate that position to patrol for staffing purposes. So some of it is a little bit explained by the staffing issue. But that is one of the things that we're going to be focusing now. We're going to be pushing people back in, make sure the community resource and crime prevention is fully staffed, because it is an important aspect of what we do. It's making sure the community is informed. When you look at one of the questions that we asked about the most important aspect of what we do, almost 20% of our respondents in the community survey talked about engagement and crime prevention information was something that was critical, that they thought is important of what we do. So making sure those resources are there to get that information, because that's what the community wants. And it's obvious based on this. So when we get those staffing numbers back in, to be able to allocate the resources back to that division to make sure we increase the engagement with the community is one of the priorities that we want to make happen in 2023. But I think what was one of the things that I thought was fantastic about this survey is what you see on the bottom of the screen there. One of the questions we asked, and I think it was question 8 or 9 in the survey, was just simply, do you feel safe in San Ramon? 93% of the people responded positively that they feel safe in San Ramon. And I think that's a critical component to what we do, because one of the goals that is always something that you want everybody in San Ramon to do, not just the police department, but citywide, is a safe and secure environment. And that's one of the critical things that we always want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to create that safe and secure environment throughout the city of San Ramon.
And I want to talk to those other 7%.
So as we jump into 2023, a couple of things that I wanted to touch on that we're going to be moving on in this coming year. I've set a yearly goal for our agency. And one of the things that we can do based on the memorandum of understanding that the POA has signed with the city is we have the possibility of providing over 100 hours of training to every single officer, corporal, and sergeant within the city of San Ramon. I think that's critical. Being able to make sure we are training people to the best of their abilities is critical. Now, we have a huge melting pot of an agency now in San Ramon. When we started 15 years ago, it was overwhelmingly the sheriff's department that came in, and then a few other agencies. We now have over 31 agencies represented within the San Ramon Police Department. So training is a critical component to make sure we have everyone on the same page, going in the same direction, and making sure we're all have the same goal. So training is a big thing for me, and we have that opportunity now to make sure, and that's the goal, is to hit that 100 mark for every officer, corporal, and sergeant who's out there serving the community every single day. Increased community engagement. I talked about that before. The SRPD Connect program is something that we're ramping up right now. If you remember from the past, we had a crime-free housing program that was incredibly effective. Now that program, because of some of the things involved in it, we've gone away from that program, but we're ramping back up a similar version called the San Ramon PD Connect program. And that's where we really get integrated in the high density housing areas to make sure that we're there for them. We can provide a safe environment. We're interacting, we're doing community events, and we're a part of their community just as much as we possibly can be. And then we're also ramping up the business connections within the San Ramon community. As you know, one of the things that I do is I sit as a courtesy director on the Chamber of Commerce. And so it's really being involved in the chamber, attending chamber events, making us as a police department available to the business community to be able to help them in whatever they need and make sure that we're helping them create a safe and secure environment for their businesses in San Ramon. From the technological aspect, we're going to be upgrading the mobile computers in all of our patrol vehicles. We're well past when that should have been done, and it's been a deferred item for a while, but we have to get that done simply for security purposes. So we're going to be moving on that. We're really trying to enhance our drone capabilities in San Ramon. They come in incredibly useful to be able to provide situational awareness to officers. There's a little bit of a research project that I have a couple of lieutenants working on right now about the possibility of using drones as first responders. If you have a few minutes, I know you're all incredibly busy, but if you have a few minutes and you're interested in what I mean by drone as first responders, take a look at what Chula Vista has been doing for the last 4 years. If you go to a Google search and put in Chula Vista Police drone program, you will see what they've accomplished in the last 4 years with drones as first responders. That is just phenomenal. Now, it doesn't mean we're going to be flying drones into somebody's house and talking through drones and taking reports that way. But what it is it gives us the capability to launch a drone on a priority 1 or 2 call and give that situational awareness of for the officers overhead while the officers are responding. And there's so many different examples that you can see if you're interested in Chula Vista to see what they're doing, because it is just unbelievable. When our lieutenants were down there, at just an example, they were down there to visit and kind of see how they run the program while they were in their drone room and they were watching what they're doing. Chula Vista also has Live 911, which is what you see on your screen as well. What that is that's a live feed of dispatch calls as they come into the call center, so the officers can listen to the calls as well to hear what the person is saying to the dispatcher in real time. As they're in the drone room, a call comes into dispatch, says, I'm at such and such elementary school in Chula Vista. I see a man with a rifle on the playground. Immediately, the drone officer goes, I'm sorry, I got to go handle this. He's talking to our guys, goes right over, launches the drone, drone's overhead, had the drone overhead of the school, providing aerial view of it before they even had the kids off of the playground, which was just phenomenal to watch. It was less than a minute and a half, and the drone was up overhead, flying above the school, and they were sitting in there, and they can broadcast the drone feed to the officers in the field. And what it did, it gave them the awareness. Now, fortunately, it just turned out it was someone who had a broom. It wasn't a rifle. It was something that was completely safe for everyone, but it was just an example of the rapid response and the information capabilities that could be attained in that worst case scenario like that. So it really is phenomenal. But we're just doing research to see whether or not it's something that we could implement here to help our officers in their response and in their awareness of what's going on. And then the other aspect that I wanted to touch on is a tremendous focus from our end on officer wellness. And in the law enforcement community over the last several years, probably the last 5 years, the focus on officer wellness has been absolutely fantastic in really making sure everyone is in a good place through peer support programs, through the availability of resources to make sure everyone is doing okay. And I think, for me, I care about everyone in that building, and I want to make sure everyone in that building is at their best whenever they're in at work, because I care about them and I want to make sure they're doing well. But beyond that, as an organizational aspect, if we have people in our agency who are doing well and who are in a good place, you're going to end up with a better product for the community that we all serve. So there really is a focus on officer wellness and making sure we have the resources available. I've mentioned this to a few of you in the past. Last year, we had our first officer wellness training day, which we've never done before. And if you would have asked me 10 years ago if this concept was going to be implemented, I would have said, how much did you have to drink today? But we brought in people to teach financial wellness to our officers, to teach mental wellness, nutritional wellness. We actually had all of our officers go through a yoga class, if you can believe it. But we did all of those things because we just wanted to push that, hey, if you get all these things in a good place, you yourself are going to be in a better place. And the reception that we got back from the officers that participated in this training program was second to none. They all said that was incredible. Now, there were some laughs when some of our people tried to do yoga, which is all part of the fun, but it's this focus on making sure that everyone is doing okay. And it really ends with a better result organizationally and better service to the community. So those are some of the things that we have going and where we're headed in 2023. But I wanted to make sure that
on the technological.
That's what, see, questions, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just wondering, but say, for example, there is someone who is experiencing some kind of acute hardship or struggle, right? What are some of the measures taken and services provided now?
Sure. So we have a very robust peer support program. And I think one of the best concepts and one of the best things that's happened within our organization is we're now in a place all across our building where it's okay to say, you know what, I'm having a little bit of a struggle right now. I need to talk to somebody. Not only do we have our peer support program in place, but we also have a contract with a psychological services group where it's anonymous and anyone at any time can call and say, hey, I just need to talk to somebody. And it can be for any reason. It can be for they're struggling with the critical incident they responded to. Unfortunately, we see things that aren't that great, and we see things that tend to stick with you. It could be something that, hey, I'm having troubles at home, and I need to talk to somebody to figure out what I can do to make things better. So we have this group that they're on contract, and anyone from our organization at any time can call and say, hey, I need to talk to somebody. And they're set up with an appointment. They talk to somebody. Then once a month, I get a bill that comes across and approved, and it goes in. And I have no idea who goes.
Anonymous and confidential?
It's anonymous and confidential. All I see is consultation number, and then it's stamped. And I love seeing those because that means people are reaching out if they need somebody to talk to. And I think it's a critical component to what we're doing.
So, but just kind of a follow-up to that, say it's something that would require more than walking into and having a counseling appointment with somebody. Let's say it's somebody who's needing really much more time.
Sure.
What happens, like say 2 weeks, a month off to cope with whatever is going on in their lives? What services, what do you have in place to help under those circumstances?
So in that type of a situation, we would enter into the different resources that are available through the city services. And if someone is in a situation where they may not be in the proper headspace to be reporting for their shifts at work, then we would place them on a work-related injury, and they would get the help that they need, because that's the thing that's the most important part, is to make sure that they're okay when they come in. We have to make split-second decisions a lot. And we have to make sure that the people who are out there who are making those split-second decisions are in the best place to make the best decision that they can.
Mm-hmm. Great. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions?
Yeah, I had, go ahead, Sridhar. I don't think what it was. Sridhar.
So thanks for your quick response during in and out incident. But so one of the question I received from the community is that especially looks like there was some research was done by one of the intern within our community. They found out within the Tri-Valley, when these kind of incidents happen, those are not registered as hate crime. Is that true? Or
I couldn't say what other agencies reported as. There's a thin line between what is free speech and when it transitions into a hate-related crime. And when you look at the penal code and the specific code that applied to the case that happened on Christmas Eve at In-N-Out, is it took it beyond simple speech and it took it to where it was intimidation and threats of violence. And so that's when it escalates from freedom of speech into a criminal activity. And so in that case, the arrest that we made was specifically for hate speech and the criminal activity associated with that. But again, what is necessarily reported throughout the Tri-Valley, I don't know that it would be appropriate, and I don't know that I could speak for what other agencies would be reporting and how they'd be responding.
Okay, but our SRPD is clear on that, right? So we
Oh, yeah.
we are very.
Mhm.
And then one more thing is on the question I received is one community resident called me regarding the survey and asked, hey, Sridhar, this survey, I received this survey message, but I never called PD. So what should I write for the survey? Then I said, if you didn't have to give a call, that means you're in safe hands, right? So,
Well,
so
and-
maybe we need to mention to the people that, okay, if you didn't call us, it is okay for us to get the survey. Maybe.
Yeah, and one of the questions that we asked, and we did this in 2017 when we did a survey as well, when I pushed that one out, is the last question in the survey is, have you had direct interaction with the San Ramon Police Department over the last 2 years? Because it gives us a good barometer with, are the respondents people that have actually interacted with us, or are they just going off kind of what they've heard? And it gives us a little bit better baseline of exactly how many respondents have actually dealt with San Ramon Police Department.
Yeah,
But
I'm sure that you'll get more positive response if you ask them to fill it if they didn't receive the call, right? So, or they didn't make the call. On the technological advancements, it sounds really good. But are we getting into, recently I was doing some reading on this whole AI, because that's one of my domain in technology, artificial intelligence. So looks like technology is going to be a great helpful tool, but then once the introduction of artificial intelligence get into that space, the challenges will be because most of this artificial intelligence is going to use the data that is already there. It's not going to be the new data. So that can create a lot of bias situations. So are we getting into that space using any kind of AI technology in near future?
no, we're not. And I'm not a big proponent until it gets refined. There was a company that was used by a lot of law enforcement agencies, not us, where after a while, it started becoming glaringly apparent that there were certain of the AI components that were analyzing photographs that was showing a bias based on the capabilities. And a lot of it just comes back to the programming.
Yeah.
And I think that until that technology gets refined, I don't know that I'm going to be comfortable leading an agency that's going to go down that path.
Sounds good. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Other questions? Just maybe one quick question. I know we're going to be going through budgeting process and things like that, and I'm sure your wish list will be forthcoming soon. But our desire, of course, would be that you're fully staffed, you're fully resourced, you're fully trained. Are there anything you want to bring to our attention in terms of needs or equipment, requests and things like that, just for this setting here?
I think just so you are all aware, we are not at full staff, and hiring is a struggle. Even our applications, I like to think of us that we've kind of turned into a destination PD where people want to come work here and they stay here. But even getting the number of applicants we need has been diminishing. It's been a struggle. We still have some vacancies coming. I didn't think from the department perspective that it was fair to ask for additional police officers during this upcoming budget cycle, because if we can't fill our personnel right now, I don't think it's fair to say, well, we need 2 more when we can't even fill what we have right now. I do anticipate that if we are able to get to full staff, at the earliest convenience, I'm probably going to ask for additional personnel. And I think part of that is that if we look just at our patrol staffing levels, If we are full staffed, I think our patrol staffing numbers are fairly good with what the city needs. But I think where we struggle and where we can use the help is on the back end that you don't see in the uniform driving around the car. Our investigations division has been absolutely unbelievable in what they've accomplished. But they are being pulled in so many different directions right now that I do think that we are getting to the point where there are probably investigative cases that could use the attention, but based on the priorities of what's going on, they're not necessarily getting the attention they need. So I think it's on those back end things. I would fully anticipate that if we get to full staffing levels, I probably would come to you with a request for an additional detective, probably also an additional community resource and crime prevention position because of the anticipated needs by that division when talking specifically about that SRPD Connect program. And when you think about the development in the city core and what's going to be coming. So I do think that those needs will come. But again, for this budget cycle, I didn't feel it was appropriate to ask for additional positions if we can't fill our positions at this point right now.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Chief. We will at this time open public comment on this report. And do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, we do. Speaker card from Elena Formosa.
Okay. Go ahead. 3 minutes, please.
First of all, Chief, I want to thank you so much. I am one of those 92% that feels really safe in our city. I want to thank you so much. Not only that, every time I see our police officers, I just think that they are really, really cool and that they're really polite. I almost feel like they're not officers. They're more like a family member. So with that said, I am very concerned about the recent retirement that I'm seeing. I wonder if that has to do with the fact that the council members drew down on PARS, and therefore it sort of make people wonder, you know, with this kind of culture going on with, you know, Black Lives Matter, whether it's worth it to be a police officer. On top of that, my retirement, you know, if I were a police officer, I would automatically be thinking my retirement is being drawn down. How about retire now instead of, you know, being left with nothing? But that can certainly create a lot of mental stress. So if you officials would please make sure you do your job, don't touch the money that belong to people, no matter under what circumstances, I think it really helps. Furthermore, we are a law and order society. Police officers should not be made to manage who says what, he says, she says, blah, blah, blah. Personally, when I read about the In-N-Out case, I really was very offended because there were social media out there saying that the criminal from Colorado is a Republican, conservative. It turned out that he has been consistently voted Democrat. This should not be a case in our city, or you are making a clown out of officers. Unacceptable. Furthermore, I would like to get this out in the public. My HOA that is managed by 4 out of 5 immigrants from India and by the management company CJM has been consistently ignoring our CCNRs. Since last year, they did away with our fob system, went on to analog keys. So in the middle of the night, we have had to call the police officers because they don't enforce our community rules. Going forward, I would like the police officers to please consider either send a drone, because I would actually feel so bad if I end up getting a police killed because I had to report a forced HOA trespassing case that was manufactured by my own BOD. I would be so sad for the rest of my life, and I don't want that to happen to any officers. I would like drones to patrol HOA calls, or the HOA should be made to hire private security, because if an officer should be manipulated to answer a call, ended up unfairly in a situation where we would have to make compensation like what Danville did for Officer Hall. Do you have millions of dollars set aside? Do you have insurance? So please talk about that. Thank you so much for the time. And God bless all the officers. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Do we have any other speakers?
No, no
Oh.
other speakers.
Any written comments for this item? Okay, then we'll close public comment. It's kind of for discussion amongst council members. Anything?
Well, I'll just say thank you very much, Chief. I appreciate the annual update, back in the days from, Chief Scott Holder and even before, back when this was a, county contract, we had excellent support. Becoming our own PD clearly was the right decision back in 2007. I know it was a struggle for you and for Holder and, all the other staff to create it, but we established an excellent culture at that time, and that culture exists and it's here today, and you guys are doing a fabulous job. I really do appreciate it. And I appreciate the work and the survey, because we've had this survey a couple of times. I mean, this isn't the first time, and the numbers are always coming back in the 90%. There's always 2 or 3 people there that say that they rarely feel safe in San Ramon. I would love to talk to that person and say, where else did you live that San Ramon feels unsafe compared to where you used to live? Where could you move to that would be better? Frankly, it's hard to imagine, but thank you again. You guys are doing great. I look forward to seeing your Citizens Police Academy, or what are you calling it now? Community Police Academy. I always like Citizens Police Academy, and then the old movies with Steve Gutenberg and those guys. Do they show that movie during the class?
Yeah. No.
No. But that's great. I just want to mention the fact that city does not enforce HOA rules, period. We do not. That's a private contract between private parties.
Okay. Councilmember Veros.
So thank you very much, and to your team, SRPD team, for all your great services. I really appreciate about your open house events that you conducted recently. It's glad to see our residents being there and listen to you and have their questions with you one-on-one. That's fantastic. And also your team attending HOA one-on-one calls, HOA calls. So thank you very much, so that we can build that community engagement and community relationship. So I think that's one of the key reasons that we all always, as I say, SRPD is like a shining star of our community. So we appreciate all your quick, prompt response to issues and the understanding of our diverse community. And it's fantastic. Keep it up. Continue that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rubio.
So I just want to say again, thank you so much for, first of all, giving us a very thorough presentation, as well as supplementary material, and really breaking things down for us so that we have a better understanding of what's going on and how we can support you. The other thing I just really want to applaud you personally for is looking for innovative ways to solve some of the more nuanced things that you are encountering. And I just encourage you to keep doing that, and appreciate you doing that every single time. I know in my engagements with you both here and otherwise. So thank you.
One other thing, you didn't mention, but I think it deserves mention, is the home-based camera program. Could you mention that and tell how it's used and how people can protect their privacy yet help maybe solve a crime?
Sure. That's a great point. Thank you for bringing that up. So we do have a program, and you can go to our website to find out more details about it. It's called Citizens View. And what that does is residents of the community can go to the San Ramon Police Department if they have cameras that are mounted on the exterior of their home, or maybe they have a Ring doorbell camera. If they have anything like that, all we ask is they just let us know that they have it. This isn't an integration where we can see in their cameras or we can do anything like that. But what it does, it gives us a tremendous database to know where cameras may exist when we're investigating criminal activity that has taken place. So we have a map that's created that our detectives can use post-crime, if something happens, they can go out and go through the neighborhood and they know where certain cameras may be, and they can go to the residents and they can knock on their door and say, hey, do you mind checking your camera footage during this time period to see if you captured anything? And so it's a great resource, and thank you for the reminder on that.
Okay, and I'll just add, thank you for the presentation. You guys do a great job. You're very well respected in the community. I appreciate the staffing challenges and the transition you've been going through, but from as I see the reports and the statistics, you're still very responsive, still taking care of business to serve and protect and just, yeah, keep that up. I thank you for kind of continue to push the public safety complex opening. Looking forward to that. And also for the work that's been done so far to get this behavioral health, mental health pilot program up and running. So thank you for that. You made the comment about collisions and how speed, may be a contributing factor, or probably is the primary contributing factor to that. I get that comment a lot. I think we all get comments about speed, and so there are certain areas, collector streets and areas around schools and parks and things like that, where I know your presence is always appreciated when SRPD is out there, just kind of being present. That's a deterrent effect in and of itself. So thanks for that. And thanks for being responsive when we do identify new places for you to kind of focus in on. I would say with respect to the recruiting and the hiring, I know you're not going to cut any corners, but yeah, please don't cut corners. We want to hire the best police officers from the different agencies that have the experience that meet the standards that we have. And I think you're doing that really well. So keep that up. And then I'll just say on the community outreach, I was a little surprised by the statistics on that as well. From my experience with your, it's the National Night Out, it's the block parties, it's the coffee with a cop, it's our SROs in the schools, it's you're out there talking to the community, and I think that's why the other statistics are so good in terms of people feeling safe, people feeling that the police are looking out for their best interest. So I'm a little surprised on that outreach piece. I look forward to this new program you were talking about and the implementation of that. But overall, great job. Please pass our collective compliments to the entire SRPD and keep up the good work.
Well, thank you. And just to make one last comment on what you mentioned as far as hiring standards, as long as I'm here, we will never drop in the quality of people we're bringing in. I would much rather run vacant and have someone who is already here work the overtime than bring in somebody that doesn't meet our standards. We have the most professional law enforcement staff you'll find anywhere in the state of California, and I'd put it up against anybody in the nation. And as long as I'm around and as long as you guys will have me, that's not going to change.
That's great to hear. I think we're all give you a thumbs up on that one. So thank you. All right, that concludes that item, and we are now, there's no council action required on that item. We'll move on to item 10.2. We're going to be talking about the resolution number 2023-025, authorizing mid-year 2022-2023 budget adjustments. Staff report by Kelly Sessions, in Administrative Services Director in the flesh.
I am here.
Feeling better, I hope.
Definitely feeling better. So it's good to be here, to be out in public and to interact with some people. It is my pleasure to present to you the 22-23 mid-year financial review. Could we pull that up on screen, please? We did have an opportunity to present this to the Finance Committee last Thursday. No. I can use this. Okay, back on. So we did present this to Finance Committee on Thursday. And Finance Committee reviewed and approved it to bring to City Council this evening. We did find a few inconsistencies in the numbers on Thursday, so we made all those corrections. So some of this will be a little bit different than what we saw on Thursday. And since half of you have already seen this will be a little bit abbreviated and a little bit shorter than what we presented on Thursday at Finance. So first of all, we are going to review some key highlights to garner from this mid-year review. We will talk about the fiscal year 22-23 year-end projected results. We will talk about some recommended budget adjustments for the current fiscal year. Take a quick look at what fiscal year 23-24 will look like, the budget cycle, and then draw some conclusions from there. So first of all, key highlights. The general policy reserves, we had beginning reserves at the beginning of the fiscal year of 18.2 million. We are projected to end the fiscal year at 21.4 million, and that is prior to any additional appropriations that we may make this evening. And that is an increase of 3.2 million to fund balance. On the general revenue side, or the general fund side, revenues are projected to come in at 2.7 million above budgeted levels, while expenditures are projected to come in at $100,000 below budget. Looking at the combined general fund and Doherty Valley Fund, revenues are projected to come in at 0.7 million above budgeted levels, while expenditures are projected to end the year at 0.2 million below budget. Now, this net gain to fund balance of 3.2 million, it is very good news. But one of our main takeaways this evening is to remember how we got there. And that was by charging off 5.4 million in some pension expense and retiree medical expense to our reserve funds. We'll talk about that a little bit more. So first of all, mid-year review on the general fund results. You'll see the first set of columns there. Green is the actual for fiscal year 21-22. The blue bar is actual in the first fiscal year, in the first 6 months of the fiscal year. So last fiscal year, we spent 22.1 July through December. This fiscal year, I'm sorry, not spent, but received 24.4 million in revenue. On the second set of bars is what is projected for fiscal year end. Last fiscal year, we received 55.9 million in revenue. This year, we are projected to receive 60.6 million in revenue, and that is against a budget of 57.9 million. So basically, we're seeing increases at all levels of property tax, sales tax, transient occupancy tax, licenses and permits, intergovernmental revenues, charges for service, and miscellaneous revenues. The only areas where we're seeing a slight decrease is in property transfer tax and franchise fees. So we'll look at each one of those sources individually. First of all, property tax this year is, again, these are for the first half of the year. So these are numbers up through December. This year, we are up by 600,000 over last year. Sales tax is up 700,000 over last year. TOT is up 100,000. Franchise fees are up 400,000. Charges for service up 500,000. Licenses and permits up 100,000, and miscellaneous revenues also up 600,000. So all of these revenues, July through December, are up over where they were last year. Our year-end estimate is total revenues, 60.6 million. That is a total of 2.7 million or 4.7 above what the adopted budget is. You'll notice there that property tax is projected to come in at budget. Sales tax, this is the real bright spot in the entire revenue side, 2 million over budgeted amount. Transient occupancy tax at budget level. Franchise fees also at budget. Charges for service, this is the one that we mentioned that was slightly under budget by 300,000. Licenses and permits is projected to come in at 600,000 over budget, and miscellaneous revenues are projected to end the fiscal year at budget. On each of these, I'll run through these slides pretty quick. Property tax, 24.4 million at budget. That's 900,000 above last year. And that represents a 6% increase in assessed value per the county assessor's office. Sales tax, 13.3 million, 2 million above the budgeted amount. That is an entire 1.2 million above what we received last year, a 9.6% increase. That is, first of all, the projection itself is provided to us by our sales tax consultant, Hinderleiter Delamas. Some of that increase is due to just pent up demand after the pandemic. Some of it is also due to large inflationary pressures in the economy. The cost of things going up, it hurts our own pocketbooks individually, but as a whole for the city, it is good for the city.
But the analysis only goes through September. It doesn't include the second quarter of the fiscal year. Is that correct?
Correct. That is just because of the natural lag in getting sales tax information. So we will get the second quarter by the end of or in the middle of March. And this is one of the reasons why it's good to have a consultant do this for us, because it is a very complex projection. It includes a lot of pieces. They look at all kinds of different information, from restaurants and hotels to business industry to gas stations, all of that all gets factored in.
So are we back to like pre-COVID, or is it better than pre-COVID? Yes.
This is better than pre-COVID. Yeah. So sales tax, on the sales tax side, we have completely recovered from the pandemic. That was the good news. The bad news on sales tax is, because of this huge increase, the consultant is projecting a flat year next year, so we can't expect to get this big 10% increase again. Okay, transient occupancy tax. Our full year estimate is 2.3 million. We are projecting to come in at budget. That is $700,000 over last year's actuals and an entire 46% increase over last year. Of course, sales tax, or the transient occupancy tax, comes to us from hotel occupancy. And of all the revenue sources that suffered during the pandemic, certainly TOT took the biggest hit. So we are gradually coming back, slowly coming back, but we're still an entire 1 million below our revenue amounts in 2019. So we have a long way to go still on TOT, and hopefully we'll get there. That is a question mark that is still open for debate. Franchise fees, 5.7 million at budget. That's 0.6 million above last year's actuals. Growth is impacted by annexations, infill redevelopment, and rates. Licenses and permits, the full year estimate is 3.6 million, 900,000 above budget, and 900,000 above last year's actuals. That's a 33% increase. Revenue is subject to the timing of development projects. This is benefited revenues or licenses and permits has benefited from this new development at Belmont Village, where we'll be talking a little bit about that later on, but over 900,000 in new permit revenues will be coming in. Charges for service, full year estimate of 0.6 or of 6 million. That is about 300,000 below budget and still 200,000 above prior year's actuals. This is another one of those things that is subject to timing of development projects and also recreation offerings. We are finding that revenues from the seniors, the theater and teens programs are still lagging from the pandemic. So that is still in a recovery mode. So general fund revenue estimates as a whole, we'll just look at these bottom line dollars on the columns. December 2022 to 23 year to date, 24.4 million in receipts compared to last year's 22.2 million in receipts. That is an increase of 2.2 million over last year. And then the full year estimate for 22-23, 60.6 million against a budget of 57.9. That is where we get our $2.7 million increase in revenues. And also a comparison to last year's actuals of 55.9. So a $2 million increase over last year. Let's take a look at the expenditure side. Same thing here. The green represents actuals from last fiscal year. The blue bar represents actuals in the first 6 months or estimates in the total year for the current fiscal year, with the brick pattern representing the budget. In the first 6 months, we have received, or we're planning on spending 0.4 million higher than the same period last year. And in the full year estimate, our spending is projected to be just 100,000 less than last year's actuals and slightly $200,000-300,000 less than budget. And we have 19, as of the beginning of January, we have 19 vacant positions, and that's a 7% vacancy rate. That's where we're one way that we're saving money on the expenditure side.
If we were to fill all of those, we would have an expenditure budget that would exceed our authorized spending limit.
Probably so. But this is, something that we experience every year. So every year there's vacancy savings that helps to keep us under budget. I don't unfortunately have numbers to compare with that on last year, but that would be interesting to see what's the vacancy rate compared to last year. Okay, expenditure estimates, the full year, 52.6 million, 100,000 below budget, 100,000 below last year's actuals of 52.7 million. The increase in the expenditure estimate is based on the normal increase in salary and benefit costs, increases to service contracts, and offset by some of those savings due to the vacant positions. And then the other big factor is that we expensed some ongoing pension and retirement medical costs to their respective rainy day reserve funds. You'll notice that general government, community development, and parks and community services are all projected to end the year under budget, while administrative services and police are projected to end the year at budget. Public Works is projected to end the year slightly over budget, and they have submitted a mid-year budget request to correct that. So on an annual basis, we'll take a look again at the columns. 24.4 million spent year to date, and that compares to 23 million last year, so an increase of 400,000. Our year-end estimate is to spend 52.6 million against a budget of 52.8, so 200,000 under budget, and that compares to last year's actuals of 52.7. So let's take a look at our policy reserves. Where do we stand with our general fund policy reserve? As I mentioned earlier, we began the year at 18.2 million in reserves. And we are projected to end the year at 24.4 million. That is our net change of 3.2 million to fund balance. So this brings us to what some of our budget recommendations are for the second half of the fiscal year. You will see that there is a rather large budget increase request of $1,220,884 out of the general fund. And so let's talk through what each of those individual requests are. There's a request from the city attorney's office to for $50,000 to engage outside counsel to respond to planning commission requests. There is a request from the city manager's office for $40,000 to conduct a community-wide survey. I believe the last year that we did that was 2017, so it's been 5 years. A request from the
By
city
the
manager.
way, at a previous city council retreat, we asked for one, I believe was every other year. And for lots of reasons, we haven't. But I think that was our request, was an every other year, so that we could kind of watch trends as they occur and hopefully nip in the bud problems or enjoy the, the increases in some areas and reinforce those.
That'll be the plan moving forward. Plus, we're using some of the same questions
Right.
from the 2017, so we will be
Yes.
able to see
Yes.
some differences from the last
Yeah,
survey.
there were a dozen or so questions that should be used year to year to year to year.
Yes, that's the plan.
Yeah, those community surveys are really helpful to kind of keep your pulse on what's going on out there. We have a request for $30,000 from the city manager's office to engage a revenue consultant on potential new revenue sources. I believe that we will hear a little bit more about that after my presentation tonight. And then the big request, the big ask is from the building division and community development, and they are asking for an appropriation of $800,000 to help with inspection services. There are several large construction projects that will be coming up.
And we've received fees to cover that, so that while there's an increase in requests, there's an increase in revenue that matches it roughly.
Correct. Actually, there is more revenue coming in than what the request is, but this is that is the concept and this was on revenue that was unbudgeted at the beginning of the fiscal year. So it's new revenue to the city. So they're asking for an appropriate appropriation on the expenditure side to cover all that inspection that needs to happen. And then Public Works is asking for funding for the purchase of vehicle and equipment fuel due to increased cost and usage, $80,000. We all know what has happened with the cost of gasoline.
Question here.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Councilmember
So,
Rubio.
yes, speaking of gasoline
Uh-huh.
costs. So, are we looking into, I mean, as when we repurchase these vehicles, are we looking at, alternative, electric vehicles, for example, as options?
I know that is in the works, in the plan. Someone from
Someone's in that.
engineering
Yeah,
or-
the inspectors, I believe, are getting. inspectors
The
are
answer
getting-
is
We got
yes.
like six.
Yeah, I think we
There's
got
heads
six.
shaking.
We got a gator
Um,
and a.
I know that is part of the plan. I believe that we do have some EV vehicles that are scheduled to replace gasoline vehicles in the next little while. And I don't know if that's next year or in 2 years.
Hi, good evening. We actually have already received 3 electric vehicles and not 3, 4 or 6. 6. Yeah, so it's for all of our,
We're going.
it's for all of our inspectors. So we've converted from gas to electric. We did receive some grant money for that. And so we are in receipt of them. We're just waiting for the infrastructure of the EV charging stations to be installed, and then we can start using them.
Great. And so but is the plan kind of like, are we doing it on a case by case basis based on availability and whether it's from our resources, financial resources available? Or like, what is the deciding factor as we continue? Because we're always going to need to replace vehicles, right? So what's kind of an really brief overview of how you guys distribute that?
That's a great question. What we did do is develop a fleet electrification study. And so we have that in our CIP and we're starting that study this fiscal year. And what that'll do is lay out a plan for doing this conversion, the infrastructure associated with it. And then I'll be coming to the policy committee to present that.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maria. Okay, so we are still talking about requests for general fund appropriation. Let's see. Last fiscal year, the budget was adopted prior to the finalization of the SEIU Memorandum of Understanding. And so part of that agreement was to provide a second pair of work boots, and that comes at a cost of $13,000. There is a need for over almost $208,000 to fund additional gas and electricity at the San Ramon Olympic Pool, City Hall, Al Costa Senior Center, and the Community Center. That is just the natural cost of utilities going up. And then also, lastly, an increase to upgrade one maintenance tech 2 position to a maintenance specialist position. Doing this will not cost anything in the current fiscal year, but it will bear a cost of about $11,000 going forward. And the reason for that is to provide advanced level, journey level experience and skill sets with a position to help repair HVAC units and that sort of a thing. Okay, we know that 1.2 million is a big ask, particularly when it comes and hits the general fund. So we wanted to just give a little bit of an explanation, a little bit of a summary, where the source of funding is coming from that for that. The city attorney's office request of $50,000, that funding would come from general fund reserves. And that's just based on the additional workload that has been put onto the city attorney's staff, which is already running very lean. The city manager office request of $70,000 for the survey and for the revenue consultant. That would also come from general fund reserves, but those are expenses that are offset in the city manager's office with the vacancy of the city manager. And so we're realizing salary savings there. As mentioned earlier, the request for $800,000 for plan check and inspection services, that is being offset by new revenue coming in of approximately $950,000. That is expected to be received before the end of the fiscal year. And all the other general fund requests that total almost $301,000 for the fuel, the safety boots, the additional utility expenses, those are basically unavoidable operational expenses that just occur. So the next set of requests comes from for all the other funds that do not are not part of the general fund. We have a request of $460,463. These are basically requests coming from Public Works Department. The first is $84,801 to fund auto accident damage repairs. Basically, what these are is damage that has been caused by at-fault drivers to city property. So we are able to collect insurance money to offset these expenses, but we still need to augment the expenditure side of the budget for that. Also a request of 26,000 to from the citywide street lighting fund to fund gas and electricity usage. The Vista San Ramon Fund is requesting $2,765 to address an emergency water line repair. And $14,600 is requested from the Four Oaks Fund to address emergency pruning needs of oak trees. That is really for safety purposes. The last set of requests totals a little over $332,000. And each of these is for CIP project funding. There's a request of $82,990 to fund from the Citywide Landscaping Fund for some Summerwood Loop zone improvements. A request of $50,000 from the Infrastructure Maintenance Fund for unforeseen HVAC repairs and replacement. And then at the Joint Public Safety Complex, a request from the Infrastructure Maintenance Fund of $100,000 for landscape renovation. Also from Infrastructure Maintenance Fund for the Public Safety Complex is $85,000 to put in those EV charging stations that will help us with the city vehicles. And lastly, a request of $14,305 also from infrastructure maintenance at the Public Safety Complex for a gate repair for the San Ramon Police Department, this security gate. So let's take a look forward at fiscal year 23-24. What are some of the key budget drivers that will impact our preparation for that budget? Number one is we have to think about strategic cost reduction. Once again, a reminder that the 22-23, we balanced it using one-time reserve funds. So 3.2 million from the PARS Pension Stabilization Fund and 2.2 million from the Retiree Healthcare Fund. Those, we drew down those rainy day reserves to help balance the budget. Those expenses will be returning back to the general fund next fiscal year. And I would also mention that the PARS Pension Stabilization Fund, that one is basically drained. There could be capacity to hit the Retiree Healthcare Fund again if we need to. And also a reminder that in fiscal year 21-22 and also the previous year before that, 2021, both of those years were balanced using the ARPA funding, 4.1 million in ARPA funding. And of course, that money is gone and we will not be able to count on that anymore. Second key budget driver is to think about new sources of revenue to fill this gap that we're experiencing with the loss of ARPA and also the return of those additional expenses to general fund. The return of sales tax revenue to pre-pandemic levels has been very good, but our next year is projected to be flat. And also the big question mark about transient occupancy tax, will that recover? We also are facing rising costs of unemployment benefits and just general inflationary costs, as well as maintaining service levels with resource constraints. That is something that we face every year and something that we just have to deal with. So what conclusions can we draw from this? The general fund revenue is estimated to be 2.7 million above budget, a very nice number. That's comprised of the sales tax piece and also the additional license and permit fees for Belmont Village. The general fund expenditures are estimated to be $100,000 below budget at fiscal year end. Projections indicate that the general fund will end fiscal year 22-23 with that nice new net increase to fund balance of 3.2 million due to better than anticipated sales tax revenues, licenses and permits fees, and also our general ongoing careful expenditure monitoring and salary savings from position vacancies. And lastly, that projected net gain of 3.2 million will be offset when the annual 5.4 million in pension and retiree medical expenses return to the general fund. And final conclusions, reminder about our year-end policy reserves, 21.4 million represents 39% of reserves. So we are well above our 36% reserve level set by council policy. If the council approves the entire 1.2 million in general fund request, that will drop our year-end reserves to 20.2 million. We will still be above the 36% reserve level. And then the remaining 500,000 of mid-year requests are all funded by other dedicated sources, not general fund monies. Now, Councilmember Perkins asked a very good question at our finance committee meeting. We wanted to come back with some additional information that in the next few fiscal years, the general fund debt burden will be lifting as 2 of our debt issuances go away. So in fiscal year 24-25, we will be saving an additional $490,000 that we would have spent on the 2011 COPs. Those ones will be retired in that. The last payment will be in 23-24 next fiscal year. So the following year, we will have that burden relieved. And then 1 year after that, the LED light financing, which is about $130,000, that one will be our last payment on that. So all told, we'll be saving about $620,000 to general fund within the next 3 fiscal years. With that, that is the end of the presentation, and I'll entertain any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. Clarifying questions from council.
I got my questions answered at finance committee with the addition of what you explained here.
Okay. Councilmember Bruce.
So with the ARPA is going away, right? So we don't get any more money. With that, do we know what will be the impact on overall general fund? Because
so the 2 years that we received ARPA funding was 4.1 million each year.
Yeah.
The purpose of that ARPA funding was to help us get through the pandemic because of the shutdown of the economy. So, those funds are done and gone. So the impact is 4.1 million less in revenues. But we are experiencing that in the current fiscal year because that ended last fiscal year. So we just have to plan well, spend frugally, and look for some additional revenue to fill that $4.1 million gap in each fiscal year. We see that our sales taxes come back by 2 million, so that gets us halfway there. There's other increases that can help add up to that to get us back to pre-pandemic levels.
Yeah, sounds good. That's very much
okay. Councilmember Rubio.
So basically, the net gain you mentioned is for fiscal year 2022 to 23 is 3.2 million. You mentioned that is going to be offset when we essentially put back into the general fund the 5.4 million in fiscal year 23-24, correct?
Yes.
So if for whatever reason, not having now the ARPA funding and say other things, other factors really play in, we may or may not have that covered. Is that correct?
That's the danger. And so we just have to be very cautious and careful with how we spend our money. As I mentioned, we drew down pretty much all of the pension stabilization fund money. We could balance our budget again using the retiree medical trust fund money another year if we need to. That's kind of something we would keep in our back pocket. We would try to balance the budget without going to the rainy day reserves again. So that will be our goal this fiscal year as we go into it, to not have to do that, but it is a possibility.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then first, I appreciate some of the adjustments we saw since the Finance Committee meeting that paints a more rosy picture than what we initially saw. You mentioned that even though we do have the additional sales tax revenue coming in for the general fund, which is great, but yet the projection for next year, it looks pretty flat. Why wouldn't it still continue to increase? Or what am I missing there?
I think, well, part of it is the idea that there was some pent up demand. That demand has been met, so spending is coming down. The uncertainty in the economy with, a lot of economists, some economists are saying that there could be recession, some are saying no, but there is that uncertainty. So will the economy keep booming? There has been large inflationary pressure in the current fiscal year. The Fed has increased the federal borrowing rate, and so that was specifically meant to slow the economy down and bring some of that inflationary pressure down. So the thinking is that part of the increase that we saw because of those increasing prices, all of that is going to be slowing down next fiscal year. Again, as we mentioned, we only are they're making this projection. Our consultant is making that projection based on a single quarter's worth of sales tax. So hopefully, we'll get a bit better picture in the next quarter with what next year will look like.
Yeah, thank you. I know
And also, sorry.
Yeah, just a little premature. We don't have a crystal ball to kind of know for sure, but thank you for that.
Right.
Yeah, and also this year we saw the city center come more fully online, plus Costco gas stations. So we had a few really solid revenue generating projects in the pipeline. Right now, we don't have that in the foreseeable future. The big bang revenue projects coming on, so that's also contributing to the flat projection.
Okay.
But how about property tax? Like we are going to see some new homes coming up, right? So
you get 6%.
Yeah, so
we get 4 to 6%. We've had 4 to 6% per year for as long as I've been on council. I don't think it's ever been less than a 4% increase year over year, and it typically is 4 to 6%. Where's Candace? Isn't that your recollection on property tax? You get 2% because everybody's that's staying, their property bill goes up by 2%, and then you get the reassessed value of any home sales. So those step up basis. So you're always going to get 4 to 6% on that.
how about new development? Is Summer Hill is coming up? I thought like this 20.
Oh, we do have some new development, but I don't believe that it will be ready for property tax next fiscal year. Does that sound right?
It has to be online and in place by August. As I
Exactly.
recall.
Yeah.
And if they haven't sold property by August. No.
Okay, and then just to be clear, the all our pensions that we currently have are currently fully funded, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
When I mentioned that we went into our rainy days reserve funds, those are funds that the city set aside for this particular purpose. It does not belong to any employees or retirees or anything. It is purely city money, and just an extra rainy day fund that we set up, that the council set up back
years ago,
when back when there was additional funding for bad years when we needed to close a budget. So no employees are being hurt by this.
And then I guess the final comment I'd say is that I'm glad to see that our reserve policy, we're going to stay above that 36% level. That's good news, and without triggering any additional actions, at least at this time, that we're aware of. So thank you for that report. I don't have any other questions anymore. Okay, let's open public comment on this item. Do we have any speaker cards?
We do, from Elena Formosa.
Okay, please.
If we can please have page 24 up there, it would be great. So first of all, City Council members, I sat through the 2 hours of Finance Committee. This presentation truly is based on unicorn saliva and, daydreams. This is not true. We are actually in the negative right now. You had a drawdown from employees' PARs and medical reserve. That needs to be paid back first. Then page 26, you're going to approve today's spending based on 24, 25, 25, 26 projection? I'm sorry, that is just ridiculous. If you would please be honest, you would actually just approve today the $800,000 that is asked by the Public Works, because they're actually bringing in $150,000. So as a taxpayer, I think that should be approved. I heard earlier when I was coming here, a caller had asked you to pull consent agenda 5.4. You should have pulled it, because all the requests for the landscaping really should be rejected, because you would have seen it is not routine in nature. It is a renewal of an increased contract that which you should have examined why was increased. And also furthermore, the staff reported in the report that they're going to divide the landscaping maintenance by Gale Ranch and Windermere. You really need to take a look at what is the boundary. As a resident there, this past year, I saw tremendous waste. On Ivy Hill Way and Japonica, New Image had put in all these little plants with all these like little water stuff that will self-irrigate, completely went AWOL. Whatever they put in costing tens of thousands of dollars basically it's non-fruition. You're going to pay for that again? I really recommend the Public Works break down our city's landscaping services into 3 different companies. It is unwise to give only one company. I have seen it in my own HOA. These people are not the honest people, are not the most honest people. Sometimes they will break things on purpose. You should have 3 competitors. Then you will know which area is most well-maintained with integrity. Then you would really be able to convince the taxpayers to pay millions of dollars. It's ridiculous. Currently, you're paying $6-7 million on landscaping. Really? Windermere is looking more and more trashed every year. I really don't see where that money is going to. I really ask you to please hold off on approval of landscaping for further review. Also, you must pay back the drawdowns. Otherwise, you are being dishonest, and I really consider that theft. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Any other speakers?
No.
Okay, any speaker cards or not cards, written comment?
There are none.
Okay, we'll close public comment on this item. So what we have before us is any other discussion? Otherwise, we're going to go to a motion to approve resolution 2023-25, authorizing mid-year 2022-2023 budget adjustments as identified in the mid-year 2022-23 financial report. We have a motion. We have a second. Okay. Motion carries 4-0, 1 absent. And before we go to item 10.3, we're going to take a brief recess for 10 minutes Give people a chance to take a break. Be back at 9:45, please. Thank you. Council meeting here. We're going to move on to item 10.3. This will be,
Wait till she.
or are we live, John? Are we? Okay. Item 10.3, overview of city revenue and presentation of potential local revenue measure feasibility effort. And introduction by interim city manager, Stephen Sadowski. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Armstrong and members of the council. As we begin the budget process for next fiscal year, staff will be presenting revenue options for the city council to consider should shortfalls be identified. In order to provide the city council with sufficient information to make a decision, Clifford Moss and Associates will conduct the background necessary to develop a preliminary schedule and budget for a revenue effort. And this evening, before I introduce Bonnie Moss with Clifford Moss and Associates to give that overview, I do have a quick presentation, if I can get that up on the screen, that provides context to what we're talking about tonight. All right. To go over, review a few revenue sources that the city has some control over increasing. We have our property transfer fee, which is currently, I believe, about 55 cents per $1,000 on home sales. We have a transit occupancy tax, which is the tax on hotel stays in the city of San Ramon. We have fees for services, which could include building permit fees and fees for Parks and Rec. We have sales tax, which is obviously the tax that is charged on all sales in the city of San Ramon. And we also have business license fees. To go over our sales tax rate for comparison in the Tri-Valley and also with Walnut Creek, a city close to our population and budget, Dublin, Livermore, and Pleasanton are currently at 10.25% sales tax. Walnut Creek recently passed a half-cent sales tax measure. They were at the same county base rate as the city of San Ramon at 8.75, but now they're at 2.25. San Ramon and Danville are at the county base rate of 8.75. And I should note that we do not receive that entire percent of sales tax. We only receive about 1% of that 8.75.
Whereas Walnut Creek receives their 1% plus the half.
Plus the half. So when you pass your own local sales tax measure, you receive 100% of those proceeds.
Okay.
Moving on to the transient occupancy tax, the hotel tax. Walnut Creek is at 8.5. Dublin, Livermore, and Pleasanton is at 8%. San Ramon, we're at 7.25, and Danville is at 6.5%. For comparison, if you go to a tourism area such as Anaheim or San Francisco, you can expect anywhere between 14 and 17%. The city of San Leandro is the closest one that's high at about 14% as well. But we do have, we are one of the lowest TOT taxes, I believe, in the state. Moving on to our business license revenue. The city of Livermore is at about 7.3 million a year in business license revenue. Pleasanton is at about 4.8. Walnut Creek at 2.6. Then you have Danville at 338,000. The city of Dublin at 334,000, and the city of San Ramon at about 208,000. The reason behind this is that the business license revenue is typically calculated in one of two ways, either by number of employees, a charge per employee, or by annual gross sales, a percentage of. So that's what Livermore, Pleasanton, and Walnut Creek charge. The city of Danville, or I'm sorry, the town of Danville only charges a per employee fee. That's why they're at 338,000. Dublin and San Ramon, we both charge only what it costs us to issue the business license. So only our staff costs involved with issuing the business license, no per employee fee or percentage of gross sales. Moving on to a comparison of general fund revenue. Here are the three other cities in the Tri-Valley. You can see general fund Pleasanton and Livermore at the top at about 130 million a year. Then you have Dublin at about 105 and San Ramon at about 55 million a year in terms of general fund revenue. Although we are, and I'll move on to property tax, But although we are towards the bottom, we are generally pretty stable, not experiencing some of the spikes that other cities see. So that is at least a little bit of a benefit to being on the lower end. We're pretty consistent.
Stephen, why aren't you including the other cities that you included in the other slides?
I can throw Walnut Creek in future presentations, but I removed Danville because of the difference in population, and also they're not as comparable to San Ramon. But Walnut Creek I can throw in. I was just keeping it local to the Tri-Valley for the next slides.
So the San Ramon 50 million, because we don't include Doty Valley in that one?
No, Doherty Valley is included in the this is the general fund revenue.
Oh,
So this is all revenue outside of any special funds that we collect every year. Moving on to property tax, you can see the city of Pleasanton is at the top. They have Ruby Hill, also a lot of mansions on their west side in the hills. So they realize a good amount of sales tax there, followed by Dublin, which is a lot of growth and relatively new growth, then Livermore, and then we are towards the bottom there at about 20 million. So this explains a good chunk of that previous slide of the general fund revenue. The other good chunk, for lack of a better term, is sales tax. You can see here, Livermore is at the top at about 37 million a year. And it's rare that you see cities where their sales tax outperforms their property tax, but in some years that happens in Livermore. This is largely due in part to the outlet malls and all of the auto dealerships. It's generally accepted that each auto dealership can generate around $1 million a year, and they have dealerships all up and down the 580 corridor. That also explains Dublin and Pleasanton's numbers. They have dealerships, they have a lot of retail along the 580, 680 corridor. And then you have San Ramon. Again, we are pretty consistent around that 10, 11, 12, $13 million you saw this evening with Kelly's presentation, estimated sales tax.
More also has the Gillig bus
Yes.
sales. Those have got to be huge.
That's a wonderful point of sale. I do know that sometimes, and what we experienced with Kelly's presentation earlier, you win some, you lose some. So, when the outlet mall opened up in Livermore, they lost a medical supply company, and it pretty much was a wash that year between the two due to a point of sale. And we're seeing that as well with our recovery. We lost some businesses, but now that we're getting the city center up and running and a few others, it kind of balanced out that loss. My final slide before I turn it over to Bonnie is a little bit of a representation of how we've balanced our budgets in the past in San Ramon. It's a little bit like skipping a rock across the pond. Every year we seem to have or find some windfall or reserve that we can tap into. One year we had a several $1 million tax adjustment by the state in our sales tax, and that helped us balance the budget. As Kelly mentioned this evening, we had 2 years of $4.1 million ARPA funding that helped us. Last year, we did dip into a benefit reserve, but you can't really count on that stone skipping across the pond forever. At some point, it'll sink. So with that, tonight, I will, it's my pleasure to introduce Bonnie Moss. She will be going through her presentation tonight to describe the community engagement effort that it will take to gather the data for the council to make an informed decision on potential revenue sources. So as we
while she's coming up, the slides that you presented, I think I saw some of those same slides in the annual report for the city.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
We have the annual report online also, I think at every public building and several copies in the back.
Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Armstrong and members of City Council. My name is Bonnie Moss, and I am a principal at Clifford Moss. We are a strategic communications firm, and we also are election consultants. And oftentimes we find ourselves in a situation of being a thought partner with our public sector clients. 100% of our work that we do is at the local level. And so I'm here tonight to talk with you about the kind of conversations and the kind of work that we're doing with cities around the state. And I do have to say that it is a privilege to be here tonight after listening to the presentations before you and seeing your annual report and hearing about the kind of listening work that is happening in this city. It bodes well for this conversation. So a little bit about Clifford Moss. We are a company that works all over the state. We did help the city of Walnut Creek, Emeryville, Hayward, Oakland, and others prepare for potential measures and actual measures that went to the ballot, including for Walnut Creek this last cycle, what was known as Measure O, which was their sales tax that went before voters. And so I will say that we are driven by 3 core values, core principles that we apply to everything we do. The first is that every community is unique. And while there are certain universal truths when you're talking about revenues and how to close a gap, there is also the principle of every community is unique. So we're going to talk about some of the preliminary observations we have about San Ramon, and we have great respect for the fact that you all, I'm sure, have a deep knowledge of the uniqueness of San Ramon, and that is a very important part of the conversation that happens in the work we do. Second, listening is a lost art. And while I'll be talking a lot tonight, I do want to say that listening is very important in the work that we do. And it's really good to see that San Ramon is listening in a lot of different ways. I heard that tonight, so that's very encouraging that you're already in a very good way with listening to your community. Third, people support what they help create. So we practice that as well in the work that we do, and you'll see that as I walk through where we head. One of the options that we talk about with clients is what we call a local revenue measure election. And it is a conversation that happens in a lot of different ways with different kinds of public agencies. And it doesn't always happen immediately. But we'll be talking about the process tonight and how we do that work. So early on, you heard the interim city manager say that we're going to be helping as a thought partner to think through lots of pieces, many moving parts of your entire budget process. And hopefully at some point you will be convinced that a local revenue feasibility effort is worth doing for your city, as many, many others have done. And so very quickly, our approach is we're looking for the sweet spot between what you know you need as a city and what your unique community of voters tells us they're willing to support. And we also look at the key predictors. And when we say the key predictors, you can look at most any local ballot measure that wins or doesn't win. And it comes down to some very simple things. First, what is your story of need? Clarity about that message, discipline about that really matters. Secondly, what is your plan to address the need? Voters and community members deserve to know that. Thirdly, understanding who votes. I'll talk a little bit more about that tonight. And then lastly, resources, time, money, people. So we're paying attention to these drivers in a decision or in a process that looks at feasibility and whether you are feasible for a ballot measure. And of course, we just went through this process in 2022 with City of Walnut Creek nearby. So one thing I want to point about here is the time. Timeline is a piece that's very important in the process. We're very deliberate. We spend quality time upfront listening to your community, helping them understand your story of need. We then test in a different kind of listening way with a public opinion survey. Right now, you're looking to do a resident satisfaction survey, which is another version of a statistically reliable survey listening instrument. We do it in this process as well. Our target or our focus there is voters, folks who are registered to vote. And then with that information that we learn, we go back again and listen to your community to find that sweet spot, that intersection of interest. And at some point, a package comes to you for consideration, and then the process goes into what we call the election window, which is an 88-day window that comes and goes very quickly. So we put a lot of attention on the early conversations and listening to get to the package that represents what your community is willing to consider. And in that early work, we are focused on 3 basic tracks. The first is what I like to call a city due diligence track. That's looking at the finance issues, the operations, what all of your various departments are needing, legal considerations, and that essentially becomes the effort to build a ballot package if that decision is made, that again is solid, legally compliant, hits the sweet spot in terms of what your voters care about. So that's track number 1. Track 2 is a city council track where we are continuing to come back to you and keep you informed in the process. And track 3 is stakeholder and opinion leader engagement. If there is a decision to go to the ballot with a package, it's usually driven by these 3 things. First, your city needs and the rules of engagement in terms of a ballot measure. Second, what do we learn from the data? We like to stay very data driven. So by that, we mean, what do the survey results tell us? What is the turnout projections telling us? Do we have evidence? Have we collected evidence of that sweet spot? And then lastly, election readiness, time, money, people. Is there a group outside of the city who is an independent? We love San Ramon, who's willing to carry the ball in the campaign, because of course, once a measure goes on the ballot, the city cannot advocate up or down on that measure. In addition to the things that I just explained, we're also paying attention to the external environment. And there is what I call a communications calculus, more and more and more, that we have to pay attention to. I heard the police chief talking about that in a really interesting and engaging way. Thank you for doing that. But the world of communications has changed with social media, with online activity. And so it's more instant, it's more widely interpreted. So we have to factor that in to the work that we do. Then there is the political calculus, and I've heard tonight various people commenting on the political calculus. In 2022, we saw a lot of activity. We saw inflation, we saw the continuance of differing political perspectives, and that all of that is something to be considered when we're looking at ballot measure. For a number of cycles over the past few years, we also had to deal with COVID. And what did that mean for people's perceptions of the world, people's voting habits, et cetera? But political calculus is another piece that we pay attention to. And then finally, electoral calculus. So here we absolutely and deeply look at your unique set of voters. This number is always changing, but the big number is you have about 50,000 voters. They live in about 23,000 households. What we know is that their patterns in a potential election need attention. We need to understand who shows up and when do they show up. And we pay attention to that in our work with your team as well. So if we begin to drill in, we're looking here at party persuasion, and that's a factor in the work that we do to talk with voters about a potential measure. Secondarily, we know that there are certain patterns that emerge with voters by age, and so that's a group that also needs attention depending on where they are in this pie chart. And then we also look at other variations. This is by ethnicity, although we do have more detailed data than we show here. We do drill down into your unique electorate to understand who are they, what matters to them, and that's also integrated into the entire effort. I mentioned earlier that polling is part of the work that happens when you are conducting a feasibility effort. It is a different exercise, but not so different than your resident satisfaction survey that is happening this spring, although it's much more focused on a potential ballot measure. And the firm that you're working with on your resident satisfaction survey is also a firm that we work with quite a bit. And we would want to probably continue that in a feasibility effort. The poll is very scientific, it's very neutral, and it's highly predictive, it turns out. And so there's a series of questions that are asked. And in fact, they ask that, what I like to say is that long run-on sentence with a question mark at the end, the ballot question. They're asking 3 different times during the survey, and they're asking lots of different questions that help us understand, what do your voters like? What don't they like? What are they willing to consider? And what are their perceptions around the reasons to vote yes or the reasons to vote no? The financial considerations, we're looking at this and slicing and dicing it from lots of different ways. And it's all part of the listening work that needs to be done before you ever even consider going to the ballot. So as we look at 2024, we know that this work should be happening for anyone who may want to consider putting a ballot measure before voters and asking for their support. And it is happening all over the state. And so the pre-electoral process follows the things that I described earlier. We're paying attention to time. We're paying attention to those 3 tracks. We're paying attention to the go, no go decisions that will be coming at some point down line. And we're also very deliberately and very comprehensively engaged in public engagement. And so knowing that you're already good at listening, that process would take on a very customized look in San Ramon. And we would want to partner with and enroll all of those folks who are already out there engaged and building partnerships and connecting with your residents. It can take the form of stakeholder meetings or direct mail or online activity, but it does end up being a very unique exercise for each city. So what happens in Emeryville might not look like what happens here, or what happened in Walnut Creek. There might be some things that would also work here that we would look at. What is common is message discipline. And once we learn how to tell that story of need in a candid, honest way with integrity, we're going to do that, and we're going to do that in a very disciplined way. And enrolling the faces and the leaders within your city that already have those relationships. We also do it through direct mail. Here you see some of the mail that we did for the city of Walnut Creek. And the further we go in the process, the more we remind people, you get to decide. It's your decision. So until the voters weigh in, we don't even know if we're going down this road. But the reason I love getting up and going to work every day is because the evidence tells us where we go. The voters tell us where they are with that conversation. And in the case of Walnut Creek, they actually got thousands of responses to our two-way mail and our online surveys. And we weighed in and looked at every single one of the responses that came back, and people were actually very earnest. They told the city exactly what they thought. And at the end of the day, they came back and said, okay, we will consider this. And it was actually, the poll said it was 50-50 whether they would pass. In the end, they passed with 65% support. Here's an example of the sort of online tools that we use to encourage people, again, long before there's ever a decision about are we going to the ballot or not. There's an invitation to say, please weigh in, tell us what you think, so that we know where local residents are with regard to a potential ballot measure. And so the process is disciplined. It's very systems-based. It's heavy on listening, heavy on message discipline. And we're telling a story where we lead with what your real needs are. And in all of that process, there is a very important role for the city council, and that is to be the overseers, to keep an eye out for what are you hearing in your travels. And ultimately, you will be the entity that has the final say on, is there a measure that goes to the ballot or not? And so that timeline really has several points where we're actually coming to you ahead of a final decision. The essence of this work is that you move into feasibility, there's a whole lot of listening and a lot of forms, and then at points further down the line, you will either get the evidence or not to place a measure before the ballot, before voters on the ballot, and they will get to decide. That's how the process really works. So the council is at some point called to make a decision. Are we putting a measure on the ballot or not? And here's what it looks like. And here's why we're making this recommendation. It's not winging it. We're coming to you with a ballot measure and the evidence that we're somewhere in the vicinity of that sweet spot. And the council then decides to put it on the ballot and the voters get to vote. And so a ballot package that comes back to you before you vote to put it on the ballot has several key components. And of course, your city attorney is the leading legal driver to make sure everything is legally compliant, but it includes the financials. It includes that 75-word ballot question. It includes legal considerations and a resolution and an ordinance in some cases, and community alignment. So again, we're trying to be very deliberate. We're trying to show that we have listened. And once the council, if the council places a measure on the ballot, once the council does that, the entire process shifts from a city-driven, city-funded planning, assessment and planning process to a community decision about vote yes or no, and a community campaign where there will be discourse back and forth. And then you're in that 88-day window. So the long crescendo up to placing a measure on the ballot then pivots to this 88-day window where people are talking yes and no, and are we going to support it? And there's a lot of conversations with a lot of people. But the path to success for those who are successful is this path. And the thing I would say about it is it takes time. And that's why in most cases, we're starting as much as a year ahead of time to begin that listening effort and really hear people out in an honest, candid way. So that's the big overview. I'm happy to answer any questions, and especially if you think this might be in your future.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and entertain some clarifying questions.
Yeah, you said it's very impressive, 92% success in the last 10 years. I want to hear what happened in the other 8%. How did you diagnose post-mortem on those? What did you learn from those? Because hopefully you learned something from them.
Yep. So there are a few places where we've lost. And as I like to say, you learn a lot when you win. Sometimes you learn even more when you don't get over the top. And I would say in a very few cases, here's one where we were in March of 2020. That was when the stock market was going crazy, the presidential election campaign was going crazy, and COVID was arriving. And the normal number of ballot measures that were passing up to that point was in the 80% range. And during that election statewide, the number that passed was at 37%. For my firm, we passed at about 2/3, but we did lose some elections. And it was when we went back and looked at the data, we lost because of that anemic crowd at the end who said, I'm just going to stay home. And we were counting on, we had been working certain voters to get them out, but a whole bunch of voters stayed home because of the COVID thing was arriving. So that was one case. We had another case where we were working a countywide measure that it was on childcare in Alameda County. There were several regional measures on the same ballot, and people got really cranky about all measures. And so we came in at 65.2%, lost by 1,500 votes countywide out of almost 1 million cast. And that had to do with, again, fatigue, taxpayer fatigue, voter fatigue, and competition on the ballot. So those are also things that we have to look at.
Okay. Second question, you mentioned a lot of these, click on, take our survey thing. Those are self-select surveys.
Correct.
And they tend to generate a different kind of response than the truly random surveys where somebody calls, said, would you like to take a survey?
Correct.
Can you tell me how you use the two differently?
I'm so glad you asked that question.
Because they are different.
They are absolutely different. So when we do a direct, what I call a two-way mailer or an online invitation, click here and take our survey. It's often we'll do a Google survey or a Survey Monkey or something like that. It is, as you say, voluntary. It is anecdotal. It is a way to give people a chance to weigh in, but it is not, as you know, it is not a statistically reliable, accurate, scientifically based survey, such as your resident satisfaction survey, or the kind of survey that we must include in this kind of process to offset. So I look at the anecdotal survey as a way to invite
That's
anyone.
not a listening survey.
It is a listening survey. Please join us, give us your input. We will read your response card or your comment online. But the actual reliable poll or survey, I'm going to look at a lot closer because I know it has been built to reflect a mirror image of what we would expect to turn out in an election here in San Ramon.
Yeah, so you'll get the right distribution of ages and ethnicities and party participation and all those things so that when you get a 71% return, you got, okay.
We can have some confidence in that.
Yeah.
But I will also tell you that often is the case when we do the online surveys or the direct mail surveys, the listening work. You will know, seriously, you will all know a number of people who respond to those. So we'll get a big pile, sometimes thousands of response cards. And if you were to come in and look at those, you'll be like, I know them, I know them, I know them, because these are folks who really care about their community. And they literally take the time to fill out the survey, put the stamp on it and send it in, or go online and tell you exactly how they feel. But that's an important part of the process. Listening is an important part and it takes time. And that's why we start early.
Okay, so both have value, but you use them in different ways.
Correct.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. Sridhar.
So before we go for the listening part, are we going to do any research on what percentage or what kind of tax increase we are looking for, or how it is going to impact our local business?
Yeah. So where we go on that front is we work with, and I'm actually really excited to have been sitting in the room listening to all the discussion tonight, because I already can see that you have a lot of talent at the city of San Ramon. So we are strategic advisors. We'll work with the city manager to bring your folks together, your finance director, department heads, to really say, what do we have here? What is our story of need? And then there is work to do that will happen through your team about what are the options and how much can each of these revenue potential options generate. And then we will look at one or two, no more than one or two, that really are going to give us the best, likely the kind of revenues that you know you're going to need. And that is where we go out and talk to the community. We get to hear, you know, who's willing to consider that and who says absolutely not in my lifetime. So it's a very open, transparent process that helps us get to the point of the sweet spot. We have to have the evidence in a quality format to be able to go to the ballot.
Okay, so before we start even that survey, so our city staff is going to put together all the plan, like what exactly we are looking for, how it will impact our businesses, local business, and also how which demographics can get impacted on equitable.
Yes.
So that study is going to be done by, so, okay, that's good.
And the other thing is, once you're on the ballot and you cannot make any changes to that package, there will be questions. People will ask, what are you going to do with my money? Where are you going to spend it? What did you do last time? If there was a last time, if there wasn't a last time, how do you spend my money anyway? We have to be embracing of all those tough questions that are going to come. And so we like to put our time into really thinking through what are the toughest questions we can be asked. I'm already hearing a great story as I listen to your team present reports to you, but we have to also think about what are the really tough questions people are going to ask.
So typically what is the timeline we look at when we start, like, what do you see? Like, for example, 88 day before that 88 day period.
Let me just go back to that timeline. We are starting right now to help you think through all of the good, the bad, and the ugly with your budget. All the presentations you got tonight, I was taking notes on, because that's all going to inform the early discussion. But with most public agencies today, we like to start a year ahead of time with the listening process, because listening takes time. You can't come in a month before the election filing deadline and say, let's go listen, but just for a moment, and then put a measure on the ballot. We want to be respectful of your community, and we want to get the story right, and we want to make sure that we have our facts checked, and that the story of need is accurate. And then we want to hear what people have to say. And I have worked with few communities where we get feedback that we need to consider that isn't always great. So we have to be open to whatever's going to come back to us. But I will tell you, having been the guide for City of Walnut Creek, who was at the bottom of those charts that the city manager showed you, they would go out to their community and say, we are financially healthy, but not wealthy. And we are limited in our ability to help our community be more of what we want it to be, because we are limited in revenue and our expenses are going up. And so to be able to have that candid conversation is what they were able to do in lots of different venues and lots of different ways. And then when it came down to voting, their community voted with them 65%. So that worked out very well for them. And they started over a year in advance.
Over a year. Okay, thank you. One more question is there by any chance, do we know any other city within our East Bay is planning the similar proposal? Any idea?
haven't heard any solid discussion. They're all probably in the same phase that we are right now with the preliminary research.
I will tell you that most cities will find themselves going in a general election. So in this case, it would be November, not the primary in March. And that is what I call the mother of all turnout elections. That's a presidential election, which has a huge turnout, which means there are lots of people voting, and there are many issues on the ballot. And that issue of how do you navigate so this community's voice is heard and your story of need is heard. That's another reason why we start early.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you for your presentation. I just had a question. So millions of dollars are often spent by certain entities to defeat a certain measure. What internal measures or metrics are in place with your system or process to predict and address disinformation?
That's a great question. Candidly, as I mentioned earlier, we pay really careful attention to how we tell the story of need, how we listen, how we track what your community tells us in the early stages, how we poll to make sure we're scientifically understanding where voters who vote are going to likely land. And then we choose very carefully where we engage with opposition and where we don't. There are some voices that are legitimate skeptics. I like to liken them to say, high credibility skeptics. They may not have a title, but they're asking really good questions and we need to give them answers. There are others who like to just stir up the no side with false information and confusion, and they know confused voters vote no. We take those cases on a very specific basis, because sometimes when they're taking us over here, they're just taking us off our game. So we need to stay here and keep telling the story accurately, honestly, and informing the community from a position of honesty. And over here is an effort to say, we want to confuse things and confuse everybody and, take the bait. And then there we are paying attention to them, helping them do their job, as opposed to staying on our story in a factual way. We have seen efforts lose by getting sucked in to that message over there. So we really have to take it on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. That was very interesting. I've been doing a lot of listening too, and I've been hearing a lot of different things, and I'll kind of reserve my summary of what some of those things are now, because I think it's early in the process. But I really picked up on your piece where you're talking about the story and the honesty and the integrity and trust and things like that, because I think all of us could probably pick out a measure or a proposition or something that's been on the ballot. You can look at the for argument, you can look at the against argument, and you'd think they're living on different planets. I mean, they're just so polar opposites that you really don't have a lot of trust in what they're saying, or a measure will be put out in such a way that it says it's for one thing, but at the end of the day, we all discover that it really went towards something else. And it just contributes to that mistrust of government. So I guess the question I might have is, in your experience, have you seen, with at the beginning of the process, a lot of pushback from citizens? And then what's the turning point for that, if there is a turning point? And then if in this whole process, you were to see that the community in general is probably not in favor of this, or maybe they are, but if they weren't, would you come to us with a recommendation not to move forward?
great questions. So first thing is, we can't be afraid of skeptics. We need to be welcoming the skeptical questions that come our way and be willing to be honest and candid. So I completely agree with your early read that trust is not something you play with. That this process is about earning and keeping the public trust. Or in your case, you've got trust here. I can see it when I'm hearing about various updates from your city staff. And so we have to communicate in a way where we are respectful of voters. Our experience is voters are smart. They can figure it out. So don't try to, glaze over and put on a happy face that isn't accurate. We need to tell the story accurately and honestly and be willing to take those skeptical questions, which is why it takes time. I have run into clients and communities with those clients where people are really like, I don't know about this. And so they're really standing in that skeptical place. And the way that we've dealt with that is to keep asking questions, stay at the table, keep talking. And in most cases, we've gotten to a place where we're in range for putting a measure on the ballot. There have been a few places, I've never said to a client, no, not in your lifetime, but I have said, not this election. We need more time because your community isn't ready yet. They don't have an understanding of why we need to zig or zag or go with this kind of measure or that. I have done that before. So we need to be ready for that. But I think the flavor of everything we do is candid, honest, and relentless with a spirit of goodwill and integrity.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Other questions? Stephen?
I did have a closing statement before we wrap up for public comment. This evening, you did hear, and thank you for bearing with us. We had three pretty informative and long presentations, but we started out with a presentation from our police department that really dealt with the quality of life and a very important issue in San Ramon, and ended up with a comment on funding that and keeping that going. Then we moved into the mid-year talking about our current financial situation and our future financial situation. And tonight we're ending with this presentation that could be a potential option after a very intense and engaged community conversation with the community. So we are looking for direction at some point this evening, and we will be proceeding if directed to with developing a budget that will go into the budget for next year. That will be your decision point with moving forward. We will figure out the cost of the effort for the next year and a half, put that in the budget for next year. And should the council approve it in the budget for next year, we're a go to start that community engagement process. So I just wanted to wrap that up, the presentation tonight with that statement.
Well, tonight we approved $30,000
in the mid-year
for the current engagement activities. And I'm assuming that that will be consumed this fiscal year.
Yes.
And so either at the end of this fiscal year, or early next fiscal year, we will get some kind of feedback on whether that it's a possible. I won't say it's a probable, but it's a possible. And so I believe that given your rock skipping metaphor is, I've been here, it's about the same time as you were. And we seem to get by, but we don't seem to, your mention about we're okay, but we're not wealthy.
Yeah.
And we're keeping the doors open, we're keeping the lights on, we're keeping the grass cut, but we never seem to be able to move our community forward in a significant way. And this has the potential for doing just that. And whether it's additional police resources, whether it's additional parks status, between the public works people and the Parks Department and activities. It's taking care of Crow Canyon Gardens and Mud's Restaurant. It's taking care of all kinds of things. Now, we're going to get some money through some of these developments, but even those tend to be one-time monies. And so we need to look forward to a mechanism that will help us for many years. Now, there's a lot of emphasis on having sunset clauses. And you'll have some opinions on whether, a sunset clause of 10 years or 15 years or 20 years, is it ludicrous to say you're going to have a 30-year sunset clause, or is it foolish to do a 10-year?
We go back and we test it.
Yes, and those kinds of things will come from the
survey.
expertise that's not sitting right here.
But there is, I do want to offer to each of you on city council, because you travel in really important circles, which is the community. And to be able, when people say, oh yeah, I got a mailer and they asked what I thought, or I got something on an email that asked me to take a survey, and I don't know how I feel. And to have you all say, well, tell me what you think. What do you want to see more of? Just getting folks to think about it is very powerful.
I had I'm a scout leader. I had one of my scouts said, gee, the road condition in this town is really crummy. And I said, don't get mad, Maria. I told him, and Brian, I said, what you don't understand is in San Ramon, we're actually in the top 10% of the entire Bay Area in terms of pavement quality. You may not be satisfied, but we are in the top 10%. So, sometimes the perception in the community is we aren't good enough, and we need to capture that.
And other times the perception is, I love living here. 93% say it's safe, and I want to protect my quality of life.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the conversation also goes. So we just learn to have a conversation and meet the community where they are, and being willing to hear what they have to say before you ever even consider a ballot measure.
Also, there is a big myth within the community that they think property tax goes to the city. So we need to break that myth.
Yes.
There is a lot of finance 101 that comes into the conversation, but that's also healthy and good, especially in a community like this that's well educated.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and open up public comment on this item. And do we have any speaker cards?
We do. Elena Formosa.
Hi. So first of all, my compliment to interim city manager for hiring a really quality professional. Listening to her, I feel she really gets it. She has the experience and she's honest, and that's what I like. However, I just want to let you know the following as a taxpayer. Today, I sat through the supervisors meeting. They're ready to tax us for $7 million because they're collecting taxes on our behalf. If you're ever going to have a measure, I want you to not go through the county, because then you're paying the county and we probably just get 50 cents or 60 cents after we pay them. And I'm really, really sick of paying the county. Why? They had a Measure X that taxed me extra 0.05% on the sales tax, which went to abortion, settling refugees, paying public defenders to prevent deportation. Those are not their jurisdiction. Therefore, if you want my money for the city, you need to stipulate, I'm willing to pay for police, I'm willing to pay for parks. But if you want me to pay for attorney's office, that is not necessary. No offense. I will be paying for you, but I know you earlier had pulled a CIP for an extra employee. So it doesn't make sense to me that you're still asking $50,000 for an outside consultant To me, that doesn't make any sense. So if you want to pay for attorneys, you want to pay for weird things, don't count me in, because I'm only paying extra in the entire city of San Ramon. I'm paying DV cats, I'm paying a lot of extras. Furthermore, please consider measures by district. Certain districts are paying a lot less than certain other districts. So if you are using our money to cover your district, don't make me want to support this measure. And that's, I just want the professional to hear that. So overall, I have the ability to pay more taxes. I'm willing to pay more taxes for police, maintenance, pavement, even good quality landscaping. Don't make me pay millions and, I'm sorry, really, really bad quality landscaping. I will hold you for management because you're not using my money wisely. So I just want to throw all those out. I'm a cooperative citizen. I'm not wealthy, but I'm willing to pay more. Furthermore, I'm more than willing to pay equal sales taxes to the city manager if he can somehow manipulate our sales tax to match Dublin. So, I can, if I'm already buying things here, why should I pay you 1.5% less than Dublin? I don't know how that works. Why is it that in the same county, then San Ramon charges a lot less than Walnut Creek? Why does that make sense? I don't get it. So somebody really needs to do a little bit more thinking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Other speakers, please?
There are no more speakers.
Any written comments?
No written comment was received.
Okay, well then let's close public comment. We'll take it back to council for any discussion or direction to staff or what we'd like to move forward with here.
We approved the 30,000. I think we're going forward with that part of it. And when we get to that point, we'll say more or thank you very much. Been nice knowing you.
Okay, Marisol, anything else?
I'm gonna try to just summarize quickly because I know we're out. But just basically in the past week, we had a Street Smarts meeting. And it was basically just talking about the campaign for the middle school and high school submissions.
Is this on
Are we
this
doing-
item on?
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
We're not.
Yeah, we're not doing council member comments
yet.
just yet.
Okay.
Any more on the presentation here?
No, I asked my question.
Okay,
Thank you.
yeah, we'll get there in a second.
No more questions, but
Okay, all right, and I don't, and I agree, I think appreciate retaining your services and look forward to how this kind of plays out as we move through the budget process, and I think we'll have an opportunity for more discussion at that point if we want to further develop this or not. That's my thought. I don't know exactly what direction you're looking for, but
That's perfectly fine. I have a good sense where the council wants us to go. So thank you.
okay. Okay, so we will close item 10.3 and moving on to item 11, the interim city manager and city council members' comments.
So I have about 20 bullet points to go through tonight. No, actually, I'd like to yield my time to our community development director, Debbie Chamberlain, for a quick announcement, but a very important one.
Okay, thank you.
Promise I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. Good evening. As I shared with the council this morning, I am pleased to announce that our housing element has been certified by HCD. Based on the housing elements compliance page, we are also the first in Contra Costa County and the first in the Tri-Valley to have our element certified. I believe we are 7 of 110 cities in the Bay Area. This was not an easy task. We received our final RENA back in December 2021, an increase in nearly 3,600 units from our previous allocation, and new legislation was enacted that made the process more onerous, requiring completion and accelerated pace to allow more time for public review and review by HCD to ensure the update was completed in time by the statutory deadline and to avoid the builder's remedy. I would like to personally thank our consultant Veronica Tam and her team, along with HCD staff Paul McDougall and Connor Finney, for their efforts. Since 2004, this is our third housing element update that has been certified with the assistance of both Veronica and Paul, and speaks to the importance of building and maintaining relationships. If I recall, this is also the second time that San Ramon has been the first to be certified in Contra Costa County. I'd also like to thank the Planning Commission and the City Council for their contribution, attendance at multiple special meetings, and spending your evenings and weekends reviewing over 500 pages of documents. But finally, please join me in acknowledging and thanking Cindy Yee and the Planning Services Division staff for their dedication and hard work under an accelerated schedule to ensure the update was completed in time and avoiding builder's remedy in San Ramon. So thank you very much. And we're very proud of this effort. And you all should be very proud too of what you've accomplished as City Council.
Okay, yeah, all right, thank you.
Yes.
Congratulations.
I'm one of those dinosaurs that still gets a newspaper. And so I enjoy reading the articles now about, builder's remedy in Mountain View and in Los Altos. There's a guy who's got a 2-acre. He's been trying to do like a room addition in Los Altos for a couple of years, and the city's been fighting him. And he says, well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to tear down the house and I'm going to build, 12 units on his 2-acre property or something like that? Oh, but builder's remedy, he wins.
Exactly.
And there's a couple others up in Marin, and so reading the newspaper is a lot more fun these days, with knowing that San Ramon is the one that's kind of on the inside looking out at the others. So thank you. And thank you, and tell Cindy thank you.
Yeah, well done. Well done to the entire staff.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Ellie?
Thank you once again. Like,
Yeah.
as I mentioned in the email, thank you very much to you and your staff, all the hard work that is done. Cindy, we really appreciate. I know so much documentation that need to be done. And the last thing we want to get into builder's remedy
Definitely.
with all the things going on in our city. So we appreciate your commitment and your team commitment to get it done on deadline. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right. Stephen, anything else then?
I yielded my time, so
Okay.
I cannot say.
Now let's go over to City Council.
Oh, I wanted to thank Debbie as well, but
Yeah.
that's okay.
Go
I'll
ahead.
just throw it in there. But yes, thank you for helping us, all of your team and everybody who worked on this to making this possible and not only getting it done, but getting it done well and on time and avoiding an adverse situation. So I just wanted to just quickly summarize sort of what I've been doing for the past week. There was a Street Smarts meeting and where we discussed a campaign for basically submissions by middle school, high school students to submit an opportunity for them to submit like video safety videos, street safety videos. We've decided to raise the award amount to incentivize more submissions. And there are multiple levels of awards, starting the highest being at $500, a $500 gift card, which is hopefully will incentivize more engagement on that front. Then also on Tuesday, we had the teen council where they we just basically pointed out application period came to a conclusion on 2/15. They reviewed the goals for the council, and we just received, obviously, they have gave us their updates from the various committee liaisons. And then on Wednesday, there was a policy committee meeting where we decided basically to bring before the council an issue regarding how we review developer application submissions. And also on Wednesday, we had the Tri-Valley Cities Council meeting / dinner where our vice mayor graciously gave us a great presentation, followed by also a presentation from our congressman who sort of showed up to give us a summary of what his legislative bills are. And we also had some people from the Innovation Tri-Valley come by and give us an update on what they're working on. And also the Tri-Valley Housing Advisory Committee was talking about sharing with us and giving us all an opportunity to weigh in on whether we wanted to continue to operate in the same capacity that we've been operating, or just kind of collapse and work in conjunction with the General Housing Committee. But right now, the decision has been made that we'll probably meet before the general meeting with the Housing Committee. And then lastly, just on a more personal note, helped a neighboring nonprofit here in Danville, Fun Truth Youth. We did a fundraiser that was benefited both the restaurant primarily, but also a nonprofit for women's health. So that was kind of fun. Got to serve tables for the first time in a long time, so it was kind of nice.
Gianni's.
Gianni's, yes.
Okay, thank you. Sure.
Attended San Ramon Historic Foundation meeting on February 21st. There was a new guest introduction, Yvonne Richardson. They're considering her to be their new board member. And also they reviewed their financial year 23-24 funding requests. As we are seeing everywhere, there is going to be increase in some of their expenses, especially renting the reindeer. It looks like the cost increased for renting a reindeer. So that's they discussed about that. And also staff provided update about organic garden renovation that is almost completed. So that's from San Ramon Historic Foundation. And then as Council Member Rubio mentioned, we had a policy committee meeting, and that's the same update as she provided. We asked our staff to go ahead and do the full council review on general plan zoning consistency determination under the Housing Accountability Act. So that's going to come to the council. And yeah, again, I also attended the Tri-Valley City Council meeting, which council member will be already updated. So that's pretty much from my side.
Okay, Scott.
Okay, I attended the Library Foundation meeting. They're doing really well. They had FY fiscal year profit of a couple $1,000, and they provide a couple of grants of $10,000 for each, or for adult and children programs, and another $10,000 in library materials. So the Library Foundation is really serving the city well. You know, they have actually had a net of the year of this year, 6 months this year, of $17,000. So they're doing quite well. Innovate 680 meeting. They gave a recap on some of the projects. They gave a fairly in-depth view of the project that would extend the HOV lanes north and south on 680 through Walnut Creek. Right now, there's a gap, a big gap that stops at Livorna and doesn't pick up again till after you pass Treat Boulevard. So going through that Highway 24 680 interchange. So they've got three alternatives, going from 117 million to up to about 375 million. 375 million would involve shifting some of the lanes west. Part of the problem is you've got these great big columns supporting BART, and you're not going to move those. So you got to work your way around those great big columns. So they're working on that. Oh, and in starting in March, I'm not sure exactly when in March, but Bishop Ranch is going to have a new autonomous vehicle program, shared autonomous vehicle program called Presto Shuttles. And they'll run it for 3 or 4 months, see how it works, and then we'll kind of report back and see if that's a good one. MCE board meeting, that's Marin Clean Energy. We're looking at opportunities to actually own our own power generation resources that would be 95 to 100% carbon free. So we're looking at doing something like that. Went to the San Ramon Valley Unified School District liaison meeting. they've now distributed master keys to our police department. So people on duty, I'm not sure exactly who holds those keys, but you won't end up with a Uvalde kind of thing where nobody has the key to get in. So they put in what they call Knox boxes, which I'm sure the police also have access to. They're working on fencing at Neil Armstrong. And we talked a little bit about the Pine Valley Middle School Teen Center update. Safety and transportation, working with Traffics. Who's on Traffics? Who's you on Traffics or you on Traffics? You're on Traffics, yeah. They're doing some surveys on Traffics to see that we're having the right impact. So they're working on their third year of their strategic plan. Steve updated them on our city manager updated on Chevron Park, Marketplace, BR1, things like that. And let's see. And here we are. That's it.
Okay, thank you. For me, I'll just add, I attended the San Ramon PD Community Academy kickoff with Councilmember Perkins, starting a new 14-week course, teaching our community members about what our police department does, what they go through and everything. I think most of us up here have or will take that course. So I can personally attest that it's a great opportunity. I've had some friends or neighbors that are now in that course that's currently ongoing. Also attended a Cub Scout Pack 842 Blue and Gold dinner over at Montevideo Elementary School. That was a lot of fun. 113th year for Scouting in America was kind of the theme of the celebration. Already mentioned the Tri-Valley mayors and council members meeting here at City Hall. Last Friday, I attended an Arrow of Light and Bridging crossover for Cub Scouts and Pack 841. They were moving from Cub Scouting and Weeblo Scouting, got their highest rank in Cub Scouts, Arrow of Light, and then they're bridging over to Scouts BSA. They got picked up by their new troops, and that was over at Walt Disney Elementary School. And then just the other day, Councilmember Perkins and I again were at an Eagle Scout Court of Honor, which included Branson Tong, who's the son of Hollis Tong, newly retired, I guess retired last September or so from the police department. So it was great to see him there and his family. There was another scout made his Eagle rank that was recognized, Ben Ornowski, and he's also got a brother who is an Eagle Scout and two potential sisters who might be Eagle Scouts one day. And Councilmember Perkins was, to me, the star of the show at that event. So, and then finally, yesterday, here at City Hall, I attended the kickoff for the next class of Government 101 and spoke for a few minutes to the attendees. And great course. Looks like they had a lot of great questions. And from what I hear, they had even more questions later on for interim manager Spadowski, as well as city attorney Martin License. So sounded like it was a great evening. And that's all I've got in terms of my input. And so let's open.
Through the vice mayor, we are now at the 11 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
And at this point, we need a motion to continue the meeting as we are going into closed session. And that could take the additional half hour. We'll just go, or more than a half hour. We'll just go ahead with the motion to continue through closed session.
Yeah.
I move we continue the city council meeting.
I'll second.
Okay, we have motion Perkins, second Rubio, to continue the beyond our 11 o'clock time frame here. And okay, that's 4 yeses and an absent. So that motion will carry. We'll extend. Now, do we need to do every 30 minutes increments or?
Technically, yes, although we we don't have to come back into open session in order to continue another 30
Okay.
minutes so we'll just consider that to be the sufficient motion at this point.
All right, thank you. All right, then at this time, let's open up public comment on the interim city manager comments and council member comments. So speaker card.
Okay, I should have 3 minutes, yeah? Okay,
It-
thank you. Oh, okay, please.
Okay,
Public comment from Elena Formosa.
okay.
Thank you.
Please go
So
ahead.
I want to comment on the certification by the state. You guys all patted your back, your own backs, but you left out a very, very important body in our city who helped with the certification, which is our planning commissioners. I don't know why you guys would hire outside consultants to beat them up when they're the ones who often sit here till 12 o'clock, 12:30, many, many times to help us get the certifications. I know you guys have different things that you attend to, but they are the faithful servants, if you will, volunteers who have really, really helped the entire city to get back to the staff and make sure that, whatever that they're presenting is really for the benefits of our city. It is very easy to meet the requirement if you just give whatever to the state because they are taking away from us. So having it certified to me as a taxpayer is not necessarily something to applaud for. We are on the defensive against the state. So to say, oh yeah, you did great by giving it something that is ours to somebody really doesn't make any sense. The credit really should come how much the city has protected our interests. And I really, really thank the body who protected us selflessly without really much credit. So here I would like to read out their names. Chairperson, Mr. Gary Alpert, Vice Chairperson, Ms. Corey Edwards, Planning Commissioner, Ms. Jean Kuznick, Planning Commissioner, Mr. Rick Marks, and Planning Commissioner, Mr. Eric Wallace, who is also a lawyer. And I really think our city owes people, especially like Mr. Wallace, who are attorneys and who are able to really look out for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Any other public comment?
There are no additional comments.
Okay, then before we go into closed session, we have another opportunity for public comment. If you have not previously spoken under public comment during item 4 this evening's agenda, then please use the raise your hand feature on Zoom or dial *9 on your telephone when it's your turn to talk, and we'll call upon your name if provided, and your remarks will be limited to 3 minutes per person. Or if there's anyone in the room that's provided a speaker card. So at this time, we'll entertain public comment. Do we have anyone online?
No,
Anyone? No speaker cards?
no speaker cards, no hands raised.
Okay. Then we'll close public comment, item 12, and we'll move to closed session. And is there anyone before we go into closed session that would like to talk on the agenda item, which is about consideration of city manager succession?
We have no speakers.
Okay, then I'll close a public comment on closed session, and we are adjourned to closed session. And we will come back at a later time to report out on that closed session. Thank you. Thank you. We are reconvening back in a open session to do item 13.2, report on closed session. The report is as follows. Council has met in closed session and given direction to staff and the city's consultant, and there is nothing to report at this time. With that, we move to item 14, adjournment. This meeting is adjourned. Next regular scheduled meeting will be held on